gonna start with something on bottom, okay? That's some sweep what I've been doing all the time. It's a little bit of my concept, how I'm be working with my De La Riva guard. Right? Guys, so basically, once I'm working here with my De La Riva guard, I've been having really hard times before because I tried to be with my hook tight and my opponent was pushing my leg down, killing my leg right here. Okay? Probably if you try to place your De La Riva before and this happened, you guys can feel how hard it is to keep you working with this leg. Okay? So what I start to do right here, guys, I always go forward to make a grip on the audience sleeve or on the collar. Okay, the audience sleeve is always gonna be better. And what I start to do, I start to place a hook right here behind the hips, and I place my hips a little bit to the side. What I do with my De La Riva, I don't actually place my hook. Okay, I keep my grip here on the pants, and I squeeze my leg right here on his knee. Because right now I'm safe. Because basically I'm controlling one side of his body, his left arm, and also his right leg, okay? What I like to do from here, guys, eventually, I'm gonna start to work with this leg. I'm gonna start to elevate my opponent. I'm gonna bring this hook in, and I'm gonna cross my feet and bring him over. Okay? From here, I have a lot of options what I can do. I can circle my leg in, kicking him forward, and come up. I can stay right here, place my foot on his hip, switch my hand for his arm, and switch for the armbar, okay? It's basically the concept about how you can be comfortable, place your De La Riva guard, and safe as well, without your opponent putting pressure with your guard, okay? So basically, guys, we're gonna start with grip right here on the pants. Make sure you make a grip, squeeze your elbow in, because even if you try to do some knee cut and get the underhook right here, he won't be able because you're gonna squeeze your elbow tight. You're gonna place this hook right here behind the hips, and you're gonna switch your hip sideways, okay? Here, make sure, guys, keep this leg tight on top of the knee, okay? Try to move from here. It'll be really hard, okay? All right? What I'm gonna start to do, I'm gonna bring this hook in, and I'm gonna kick his butt at the same time. I'm gonna cross my feet, and that's what I want once he pulls his hand on the mat, okay? So I'm gonna give you guys two options. Or you guys can circle a leg in, kick, and come up, okay? Or, once your opponent pulls his hand on the mat, you guys are gonna switch your foot from the hips, and quick, you're gonna switch the grip on the pants, and shoot the armbar right here, okay? Kind of the reverse armbar with your shin behind the neck, where you can switch the grip to the wrist, okay? So one more time fast. So guys, we're gonna start right here. Good grip on the pants, squeeze your elbow, place the hook right here behind the hips, keep your leg tight, okay? Eventually right here, you're gonna circle your leg, you're gonna kick his butt, at the same time, you're gonna cross your feet. First option, kick the knee, circle your leg in. Now once you guys come up, guys, make sure you try to connect your ear right aside of his hips, like that. Or, once he pulls the hand on the mat, boom, switch the foot to the hips. Now the grip what you have on the sleeve, you're gonna switch. And you get the armbar. All right? Any questions so far?
Yeah. In the beginning, that lead leg, so when you're clamping behind his leg,
Yeah.
are you trying to turn the leg into the inside or just bend his leg? Can you go over that detail one
So,
more time?
you mean once I try to bring him over?
Your left leg right now,
Yes.
on his right leg, when you clamp,
Yes,
are you trying to guide his kneecap across the center? Or are you just trying to bend
No,
it?
really, I just try to avoid the pressure a little bit on my leg. So basically I try, because what happens once you place the De La Riva? If your opponent stretch the leg completely, stretch your knee, I don't have my De La Riva anymore. Okay, so what I try to do, I try to keep his knee bent all the time.
Okay.
Okay, because once he stretches his leg, he can easily break my De La Riva. So I try to all the time, keep his knee bent right here. And I don't actually need this hook. I actually, myself, I don't feel good with this hook right here. Because I feel, I feel weak here. Okay, but sometimes for you, it can be with the hook tight and feel good. Okay, so I basically try to be tight here and keep this hook right here behind his back. So even if he tries step back, he's gonna bring me with you. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, let's get it done. Do like this. I really exaggerate on once I bring my hips on the side right here. Yeah.
And if
Try
he
to do
starts
like this.
pushing in, you'll just
So when he does that, he puts a little pressure on
Yeah,
my
I
knee.
put a little pressure on the knee.
Okay.
You know, because I don't want him to, even if he push my knee down, he won't be able to open his knee.
And there's no space here, right?
No.
Yeah, no space. Because the difference is once you put the De La Riva, it's weak here, you know. So basically I try to be here, and also the grip on his sleeve, I try to bring it tight here.
See?
Okay? If I keep my arm straight, that's his grip. If his arm straight, the grip's mine. Okay? So I basically try to be like this. Okay? And eventually, to create some space, I don't actually need to bring my hook between his legs. Can be behind his knee too, to the side. But I create the same situation. And here, I'm back. I can do the first one, I can do the second one. So my hook can be between his legs, or can be right here behind his knee. But I'm gonna open, kind of kick behind his knee a little bit. Okay?
Thank you.
We're gonna go for the same. So we got here same stuff, all right? And we're gonna get inside or bite with it, whatever you want. We're gonna pull the guy forward, right? He steps right there, okay? And from here, what we're gonna do it is we're gonna shoot the leg, all right? Like this way, and we're gonna go single leg, but this hand, this sleeve, I'm gonna feature the other hand, right way. So here's my what I'm gonna do it. I have to turn like counter, like go for like single leg. All right, so I get here and then go. Boom. See the way I switch now? All right, now there is few ways you can do it. The one I like is this one. I put my hand and I slide him back. Boom. That's it. Okay, and then from there you can put him down or you pass his guard. Boom, I do it. Back again. Same position that Professor Heitor showed you guys, right? Control down here, get in, pull, and then he stops right there. Now look guys, let go the pants here, and you shoot single leg. And when I shoot single leg, I'm fitting to the other hand. And then I can post my right arm. Right? Now you see he's kind of like a little bit up. Very smart guy. He's trying to make my job harder. All right? And then I just keep going like all the way up, and I can stay there and look. Boom. Don't make my job harder. Got it? Same basic position that he was showing you guys. From there we'll do like a third one. One more? Yeah. Same thing. I got it here. Okay. Control the pants. Boom. He steps there. Now look, I'm already on my side. Instead if I stop here, go with my leg inside. Right? Look what I'm doing. I let it go and I kind of shoot single. All I have to do is go up. All the way up.
A lot of people just get here in that position and think like the belly Riva guard is just put the hook here, but it's not necessarily only this part. It's very important, like when you put the hook here, you turn the knee towards your face and you kind of like torque your leg like a little bit inside, try to get your opponent with the on the toes, right? So that means like she's off balance here, he's gonna be put all the pressure like an imbalance on the other leg. Does that make sense? So it's very important, like hook, turn your knee and torque towards your chest. That way, like this side has no balance, all her weight it's on another leg, right? So what I want to do here, we're going to start with the De La Riva lapel. So foot inside the thigh. What I'm going to do, I'm going to push to the side here. That's what I want, right? It's very important, like try to get her off balance to the diagonal. It's not like backwards or like forward, right? Like a lot of people get to that position here, do this. Then I'll like see how I'm kind of like a weak here in that position, and also is not forward because she's gonna put her arm on the mat, and if I'm not flexible, I will have a problem here to work my legs, right? So what I want to do, I want to hold her collar in a position that I can use my fist on her face. That way I can push her to the side. Does that make sense? Now I have a room here. That's what I want to do. So just for a start right now, I want you guys to get the De La Riva hook first. Turn your knee, kind of like point to your head, and bring as close as you can to your chest, right? Then go to the lapel and do this, right? Then you're gonna have a sequence from that off balance. Once you react, try to push her leg back. Does that make sense? If you have a problem like you're not flexible to get your hook here, just go to the side a little bit and turn, same thing. Does that make sense? Any questions from there? Nope. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Look, I don't have a problem going to the pants. I use the pants to other techniques, right? But in that specific position, you want to have the heel, right? Because you want to have a good torque. Like when you have the pants here, you don't have the same strength. Look what happened with her foot. It's like she can't fight me. And it's way harder to me. Like now I'm going to use the strength to kind of like push you. It's not leverage. When I go to her heel, I turn and it's easier to turn. Does that make sense? Yes. So there's no problem go there. Like has 3 different ways to do the De La Riva guard. Pants, heel, and underhook. Right? Someone asked me, like, what you prefer? I play all of them. It depends what's going on. Does that make sense? Right now, heel. Right? So go there to the lapel. I push right to the side. She's gonna fight back. I transition that foot here, make her fall. Knee down, control the grip, and now I'm in a kneecap position. I use that momentum that she pushed back, so I put the foot on the mat to finish this sweep. I feel pushing back, and I got here. All right? One more time, like a little slow here. Look, my foot is here in the hip. I see some people doing this here, not wrong, like here in the knee. I just feel kind of like it's easier to her, like just push and pass. Does that make sense? On the hip, I have a little bit better angle, so it's hard to her push harder. It's not impossible to push because actually my foot's kind of like sliding on her thigh. Over here has no friction. So she just like step back a little bit, boom. Now she's over my leg. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. All right? So here, push. She pushes back. Look, I'm switching. And I got here to the pass. All right? So in that position here, then you can play whatever you want. You can just continue the knee cut here. You can just go deeper here. Go to the cross collar choke. Or just like use your forearm like to cross face and finish the pass. Any questions? Nope. Let's try. 1, 2, 3. Like, take this way, right? Like when I do the technique, I do the technique to sweep or get him off balance there. So I don't do like this, right? When I get here, I do this, boom. Then sometimes I go up here with my leg, go under, try like to go to the back. I don't do like expecting he's coming back. Most often, like 8 out of 10 people will fall there, and I would just come up, right? So, but you see like how my hands is here, like I'm pushing here. Just try to push back. If I want to here, I'm going to be this. Does that make sense? And sometimes, look, he's already kind of like off balance here, back. Then that's when I feel he's pushing back hard. I go there, boom. Does that make sense? The other thing I like to do here, that's why I say you gotta play with the grip. So my grip is here, right? But if I don't have this grip, now I go to the pants because I need to be a little secure here, right? Like especially if you stand tall, I can go there, then I will start playing here, boom. Then I get, then I go back. Does that make sense? Oh, the guy's too heavy here, then I go on the hook. Does that make sense? So you play around as it goes. Does that make sense? Cool?
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Get off.
We're going to do a mirror lock front pass the butterfly, right? So when we get the butterfly, it's very common for someone to reach for underhook. So as they're reaching for that underhook, think of this as hollowing out your body to flex the elbow, right? We don't want that elbow super deep. So as they reach for their underhook, think of this hollowing out our chest. And we're going to scrape our knuckle, forearm along their elbow to try to roll their arm inward, right? So that's again continuing that hollowing chest motion. Other hands on our partner's shoulder. When we drop to our side, do this as slow as you can. We don't want momentum so they can roll out. So as we roll to our side, elbows tucking in, we're dropping to our side with that leg coming back, right? From here, once we get to our side, reaching for that elbow of that top arm, and then stepping over our partner's hip. Okay? And from here, it's just pushing your hips forward. If we go nice and fast, right, with this, like really fall to the side, very common for people to throw their legs all the way around. Not saying you're not going to continue or be able to keep a hold and finish the pass, but maybe you're not having that option for the submission there. Again, reaching for underhook. So again, hollowing out our chest, scraping that along their elbow so that elbow wants to roll inward. Right, so from here, tucking nice and close, framing on our partner's far side shoulder. We're just dropping to our side, keeping everything nice and tight as we back step that leg, reaching for our top elbow, stepping over the hip, and really it's catching anything to keep them from rolling away from us. So as we hook, even if it's that inside leg, from here just pushing hips forward, right? So from our side, it's hips forward to help elevate and choose that angle. Can you see it again? Again, hollowing out our chest, right above the elbow, scraping that elbow, forearm in, controlling the side of the neck. As we drop to our side, nice and slow, big back step. As we catch our elbow, stepping over our partner's hip, and then hips.
Is the back step to keep them from going somewhere?
Just keep them from making it difficult as far as our yeah.
Alright, I'll be showing you the leg Riva passing from here when he control my ankle like Vicente did, you know. So what I'm gonna do, my first grip will be on that foot here. That same foot kept me off balance, so I gotta clear that from my head. Okay, so I like to control inside the pants, and now I'm gonna drop my elbow down a little bit and then push away. Okay, and then just keep my arm like extend here. I don't have to do much, I just keep my arm straight. Okay, with my other hand, I'm gonna push his knee down to take the pressure off the hook a little bit. Now I'm gonna poster up, and that's the one everybody makes a mistake. They want to kick the leg back, and if he have a strong grip here, you're gonna block my leg. So I want to poster up and bring my knee towards my chest. So if you have a grip like that, I'm gonna have to deal with this a little bit, or just poster up one single time. So I push the knee down, bring my knee towards my chest, and then step it out, bringing my knee across. Okay, one more time. So I bring my elbow down, push his foot away from my hip, and keep my arm straight. Push his knee down, we're gonna poster up, bringing my knee towards my chest, and then step it out, bringing my knee across. Okay, so here I can give you guys two options. Mostly, the old black belts, they like to just pass right here, right? The inside pass. I like the outside pass, so I'm gonna control the collar. I'm gonna drop my knee and my elbow on the floor. At the same time, I do a back step with my inside leg. So I drop my elbow, my knee, back step, and you see I don't have my knee and my hip on the floor anymore. The moment that I put my hip on the floor, he can try to fight and come on top. It's like 2 seconds, but he can react to that, and I can be off balance for a little bit. So I drop my knee on the floor and my elbow, and I take off a little bit. Alright? Now I'm gonna start to push his leg all the way to the other side and go back to his hip. That way he's gonna keep fighting and I can block him for a little while. One more time. So I drop my elbow down, push his foot away from my hip, and keep my arm straight. Push his knee down. We're gonna post it up, bringing my knee towards my chest, step it out, and bring my knee across. The same side grip, same side hand, I control the collar. Now I'm gonna drop my elbow, my knee on the floor, take off the floor, stay only on my elbow and my heel. Now I'm gonna push his leg forward and go back to his hip. You guys have any questions? One more time? Yes.
Is that all done quickly?
Yes.
Because like when you push the leg, can they? If you're too slow, can they pummel back in?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
for spider guard.
So I like to I push here and then chill right here. You can chill right here for a little while. But as you push the knee down, you bring the knee up one single time. Got it?
Yes.
So just drop the elbow, the knee on the floor, take it out right away, push push the leg home and come back to his head. I don't like to go straight to the side control because if you're going against like a really good guard player, it's going to be almost impossible to pass him right away. So you can go back to his hip and let him fight for a little while and then you go to the side control. You guys got it? Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna end up on bottom, but I try to shot the single leg, and then I'm gonna sit down. Okay, most of the time what I do, I stay low, and then I hit my hand up because everybody try to prepare to catch the hand, right? I want my hand go on her shoulder, and then I catch her leg, step, and sit down and bring her with me. My shin go under the shin, lift to her leg. Soon her leg starts to be a little light, I'm gonna let it go under, and then get her here. It's important to my other hand to be on the shoulder because I don't allow Ricardo to try to step over and go fast, whatever, right? I keep my shin right underneath her knee, pushing on that direction, and then my hand on the collar. That way she cannot go away from me, okay? Most of the time what happens, as soon as I get her here, she's gonna make a collar grip. What I do, first I put the exit guard hook, okay, just go on top, the second leg, go all the way on top, and then the hand now, I wanna grab the collar, that sleeve, sorry. It's easy to make that grip because a lot of times the guy wanna do exactly what she's doing. She makes the grip because they kind of off balance, they try to find a good balance, and they make that grip, and then I'm gonna reach that sleeve. Okay, after that sleeve and the collar, I want to spray a little bit more her leg. I want to make sure the person sits down on my shin. Okay, if the throw is up, she has a good balance, right? What I need to do, I'm just gonna push my leg away, and now she sits down on my leg. Now what I'm doing, the top leg gonna kick her backwards, my hand gonna punch her shoulder, and my bottom leg gonna slide down a little bit, and just gonna kick forward, okay, here. And just go all the way on top. I like to connect straight to my pass, okay? I will keep, it's important to then be up because my hand's inside. If I drop my knee, she got a triangle. I'm gonna lean on towards over my leg, that way my knee passes her leg line, she cannot shoot the triangle. Second grip, I'm gonna make it the semi-collar grip, okay? I'm gonna put all my weight on her, make it really visible for her, and then when I feel okay, I cook her enough, now I'm gonna push my shoulder and just finish in the side control. Most of the time when I hit that sweep, it's easy to pass because the grip is right there, I don't lose anything. Just make sure you don't give any space, keep it nice and tight. Okay, one more time. Again, over here, I will make my grip, catch her leg, sit down, shin under the shin, and then as soon as she go back a little bit, as soon as she get right here, that's the time I'm swinging under. Okay, that way her leg gonna go straight to my shoulder. Okay, I can put the hook before her foot touch the floor, or I can keep my leg out, just spray a little bit more and put a hook. If you have a hard time to put the hook, my suggestion, roll a little bit over the shoulder. That way you have more better angle and more room to put a hook and get it back. Grab that sleeve, okay? I'm gonna kick it back with my top leg, okay? And trip the bottom leg. I just need to make sure she sit down on my leg. If I try to go from now, maybe she's gonna get a good balance. As I drop the leg, she's gonna step this leg out. And then I'm in trouble. She's already passed, right? That's why I want to spray. Now, all her weight on my leg. Now it's easy. Sweep, go all the way on top. Knee pressure. Connect the grip, nice and tight. My goal, putting her knee right on her face. And then move her as a block. Okay? And stop her here. This I'll let it go. That way she cannot go anywhere. It's a lot of weight. And then after I'm stable, I go on the hook. And then I pass. Okay? It's a simple. Getting the exit guard sometimes is a little trick, but after you get there, super easy to finish. Okay? Question? No.
Let's do it
One more time? Yeah. And I'm going to do that way. Now we're going to do the other side for you guys see. I'm going to fish the collar, grab, step. Most of the time people try to prepare like to stop in the single, right? And decide to bring the leg up, I just sit down and bring my shin. And then now, here. Okay? You see how my shin keep a little tense to her leg. I want to keep pushing that way, and then now I go my second hook, right? I need to again force her to sit down. Tall people sometimes I need to sometimes if the person is too tall, I need to step on the leg to help me, okay? And then I'm gonna grab the sleeve, force her to sit down my leg. I use the hand to kind of punch her back. I'm gonna kick with my top leg and grip. Get right here. You see how she finished with her back flex? I wanna lean that way. That makes my life easy. Stay here. Make sure when you're moving out to pass, because when I move to pass, I need to take the knee out. That's why I need to move my shoulder as a block, That way I'm gonna expose myself to a triangle. Okay? As I take my leg out, I push my shoulder at the same time, and I bring the elbow in. Okay? That way it's gonna be hard for her to get into the triangle, and then up here, and back. Okay? Good?
Yep.
Good. Let's go back. 1, 2, 3.
I'm gonna step on holding his arm. I'm gonna do like an arm grab. Okay? Let's do this.
One more time. I do like a pocket grip sometimes, but I'm gonna reach all the way. Okay? Sometimes I can come over my arm, instead I'm gonna go under my arm and up. Make sure I'm chest to chest. And I'm gonna hook here. Okay? This guy most likely, guys, is gonna sit back. Because if he let him come here, I got this sweep. Really easy. He's a black belt, he knows. So he's gonna sit back. And I'm gonna be tight to him. I'm gonna try to be a square. I do not want to be on my side. If I'm on my side, I give you too much space. Okay? So I'm tight here. And guys, really important. I'm gonna control his arm with my elbow, with my tricep, with my ribs, and with this part of my leg, with the high part of my thigh. I control out the head, now inside. Like the warm up, right? Look, my heel right on the shoulder, brush my leg on his face, and look, no hands, and he's stopping. This needs to be pinched the whole time. One more time. The gi helps a lot too. It's a lot of friction, right? So I make sure I stay tight. I do not want to be on my side. I want to be parallel to the floor. Okay, one more time. I can make a grip, and I make sure I hook under my arm. Kind of like I'm going to his back. Okay? Oh, but why would he be there? Guys, because if he doesn't defend, I can go to his back, right? So he's going to want to be a square with me, right? Then, oh, but if he comes up, then I get a sweep, right? That's why he's his back. No problem. I hug him, and I make sure we stay square. That's what he wants. He wants to be a square. Heavy on top of me, control, and at this point, it's like I'm attacking this arm on top, right? But it's not a little submission here on top. It's just the bait. As I move, my knee is controlling that he doesn't pull back. And fast, I have to do this. Making sure my heel is coming close to the shoulder, right? Frame on the face, it's staying tight and crunchy. I cannot have my head on the floor here. Gotta be crunchy. Making sure my feet go that way, heels down, stop it. How do you stop the tap? Just releasing your elbow, okay? To go to the motion, release the elbow and kinda heel down to the floor. So you feel the motion, right? You have here. Just make sure the hand is on the armpit. One last time, guys. I know it's a lot of conversation, but it's a lot of details. Okay? Get there, my cross. Right into the armpit already. Control. That way, that way, that way. I keep controlling this arm. Look, he's here too, but he's not gonna tap. But right here, he does. Make sure you pinch the knees. Any questions, guys? No? Guys, talk to your partners. Have the feeling when the person like sits back, when they sit forward. Play with the angles, play with the base. Any questions? Hands up. 1, 2. The better I get to the move, right? The better it starts, the better it's gonna be at the end, right? So always trying to control, bring over, stretching this person, right? Controlling here, right? And my intention at all times here, guys, is to come to the back. I want to look. If I come to the back, I keep that away. That would kind of oppose, right? And then when he comes hard over me, look. So now let's think, instead of thinking about the move, let's think about the concept that I have. It's pinching my knees, so it's hard for him to escape. I'm using my knee on the shoulder. If I want to put the armpit, I put the armpit. I control, break the posture with my leg, with my heel driving towards the floor. Forearm stretch, control, right? I know motion to go to the back if I need to. Okay, guys? Any question to this point?
Can I see you do it again?
Yes. I come over, control, bring him, and I need to be square to the floor. Okay, I cannot be on my side. The more on my side I am, the more space he has. No space. I come under and I leave. Okay? If I can attack this arm on top, that's what I want to do. Right? Because to defend this, he's going to want to pull this out. Right? And when he feels he cannot do this, he's going to pull this way. Right? And that's what I want to, right? As long as I keep this tight. Okay? Always try to go to the back, keeping this grip. This grip, do not make it low. If you make it too low, there's gonna be like a limit that you can go. If you go close to the shoulder, you can push harder, and then you push, and you control his comeback. You can always finish here too, right? Always, guys, some people always looking to get into the move. Make sure you drag your heels down towards the ears, towards the head. Some people are doing this. That way, towards the head, right? Guys, let's do the same move now, okay? We'll change partners. Everybody get a different partner because it's gonna feel different with a different body type. All right, guys? 1, 2.
What drill what I do all the time, okay? So basically every time I'm on my hip and I'm placing my body lock, all right? I have to make sure I bring my knees towards his butt, okay? And something what I've been doing a lot, I've been switching the side of my head every time. So I don't stay here for a long time, you know? Once he tries to push my head, I push one side, other side. So like this, I never know what side I'm going to pass, right? If I'm looking towards this side, I can only pass towards the other side, okay? So I'm going to switch my heads like this, right? What I'm going to start to do right now, I'm going to kick one leg back and attract one of his legs, okay? If he starts to push me my head towards the other side, yeah, boom. I'm going to set that, and I'm going to bring the other leg in. And like this, I'm going to start to climb up to get on my side control, right? So basically, the drill what I do right here, okay? I'm staying like that. I switch my head a couple times. Once I'm able to bring one leg in, right, and trap one of his legs, that's gonna be enough. I'm gonna bring one of my legs on top of his leg, boom, and I trap one of his knee. Okay, and don't actually try to get the pass right away. I let him push me a little bit, I kind of cook the guy for a bit, let him get tired, and eventually I kick my leg back, and I stay right here on his hip so he won't be able to turn around, and eventually I can get my points and also get his head. Okay? So we're gonna sound like this. Alright, I'm gonna lock my hands. I gotta make sure right here, I like to place this part of my hand right in the middle of his low back. Okay, so I make it a little bit more uncomfortable for him, and I keep it pressing my leg, my knees towards his butt, so he won't be able to put me inside the close guard and also Halfguard. I switch my head a couple times, kick one leg back, and trap one of his legs. Okay? If for some reason he keep pushing my leg towards the other side, I kind of set that and bring my other leg on top of his leg. And I can switch sides one more time. And that's going to be the game. Okay? The thing about this pass is you don't try rush. You try to be there, keep it playing with your legs. Eventually you're going to be able to get the pass. Okay? It took me a lot of time to start to build this pass and be comfortable. Okay? But little by little, guys can start to understand and feel comfortable doing it. Okay, so let's get it done.
Body locking and I kick him down. I'm gonna trap his biceps, all right? Okay, after that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take it, then I'm gonna walk towards my left. Okay, that's the side I'm gonna just put my head down a little bit. So I walk towards my left, and I'll tripod. Once I tripod, I shift my hip. So some guys like to go high, some guys like to go a little bit low. In my case, I go low. This guy will go high. All right, that's his shit, not my shit. Right? Am I right?
Yes,
of course. Thank you. All right, so I get it here, and then I walk towards my left. Now look what I'm doing. And look my elbow here. I kind of like trap his hip. And I pass. All right. Notice that when I pass, I don't go all the way there. I stop right here first. Yes. And some guys like to go for the neck. I like to go under here first. So back again. You body lock, you keep the guy down, you know. I'm not comfortable keeping my arms inside, so I like to go here. And then I go flat. Now look, elbow goes to his hip. Stop on his hip. Get it under. Pull. And then pass. You guys got that?
Can you do it one more time?
I'll do one more time. You guys, can you send me that picture passing his guard, please? Thank you. Thank you.
We'll Photoshop an
Guys.
ACC back on.
Thank you.
I'll explain something. I won't be quiet. Look, I don't know if you guys noticed, but when he moved to the sides, he isolated my one of my hook, right? So when he used the elbow, he isolated also my sweep, my other leg. So and when he jumped, it's not like he laid down his weight and any on top of me, but I don't know if he's doing like because he wants to hurt me or he's doing because that boy. But he placed his shoulder exactly where in my diaphragm.
My weight is
it's
going
painful.
this way. Right? If I go straight here, then he'll lift me again like we were talking about.
Even with all the protection that I have here, it's not protecting that much, you know. So, but it's important to see how he created the angle to isolate one of my leg, and how he used the elbow to limit my hook. And before he jumped, he used the head and the shoulder very deep into my stomach, which is making me be very uncomfortable. A point that I'm the one that wants to escape, and then like that's a
You're giving
problem
up.
most of the time.
Yeah.
You're giving up.
You're not.
And at the same time, guys, you know, like I use my, like he says, you know, to block here, to push his hook away. I use it, I'm passing, I'm using that arm in. I like to do it, but if you don't, that's okay too. you
Good
know?
that I did lunch today, so.
Are you posting your head at all on the mat, or is it just?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You know?
Depending on how much he wants to hurt the person in the bottom.
Yes.
And whether you go low or high, when you jump over, it's just personal preference. You like go low, but
I think like when I try to do it, it depends like how like the person wants to follow the hook. How can you limit
Yes.
it? If I can lift a little bit, you have to go a little bit
go
higher,
higher, right.
and then you can even like a switch. You can feel how high you go as long as the guy can try to.
And
switch
that's
it.
why the other hand is also important. Let's say he starts to lift me, right? Look at the other hand.
Yeah.
yes.
And
Then
because
the forehead goes there.
because my
too.
back also is very flat in the ground, so my leg lift, but I don't have the momentum to roll yet. So it's not really efficient. What the person I'm controlling, usually everybody is bigger or stronger than me, so like sometimes the body work doesn't work that much for me. I do a lot of this.
Yeah, I know.
Then I like the space. Exactly. Especially when I go over Thunder, yes. Then I have to do something else, right? So this is the one that Thunder was showing was something that I like to hit to have also my hands outside, which give me more balance, right? So it's something that I increase my contact with the ground, give me my balance, and then I move better. But I want to really share is exactly the same thing. Even when you all this balance, sometimes I'm like because all the key for those positions that we was working right now, it's about your balance and how much control you have in your legs to control his hips. Right? How much you can generate power to control the leg, the hips with your lock his legs, for he not be able to kick you, right? And then when you feel he's stuck, then you can be moving around. So, but sometimes like it's just about the momentum. Like sometimes you can have the whole details, but the position is not going to work. It's not because you did something wrong. It's just because it's the wrong time. You can have all the details and the position is not going to work. Because every position has a time. And if he work in the right time, so he will escape. So, and sometimes even when I have everything here, so he's gonna be able to be creating space and be giving space, right? But I don't want to lose the control of the leg. So what I do, and I think that's something that is very important, and that's a huge difference between gi and no gi. That some situations, most of the situation work for both, but some situation work
just for one, and totally opposite to the other. And that's one situation that I look sometimes, which is, with me, I'm never gonna put myself in the situation, which is the lasso. I'm never gonna put myself in the lasso guard. But I use a lot of the lasso on top to control my opponent in the bottom. So especially in the situation that I'm here, and when I start moving the legs or whatever he's doing, I put myself in the lasso. Because there's no grip. But I change the angle, the power of his knee when I start putting my knee. So I kind of like put his knee to angle to the both, to the same side. But again, I do not lose the hooks, right? So I'm not half guard, I'm keeping mounting the bow, I keep in the butterfly. The difference like his knees, because my hand go really deep, so his both knees gonna angle to the same side. And my hand will be always controlling the legs. I wanna keep the legs deep in my leg. Okay, I'll keep my knee behind the leg in the ground to be heavy. I keep my shoulder and my head putting pressure on top of him. And then like, I don't know exactly what direction I'll pass, depending the way that he will push me. Push him, and like, it's exactly the same like Heitor was saying, he was changing the head to different sides, because the head was to give you the balance. So if he pushed my head to one side, I must walk to this side, because that's keep myself in the balance. There's the right side control, it's my body on one side, my leg on one side, my head the other side. So, and that's the way I fix my balance, right? So for the same reason I'm using that. So more I move, so my head is the one that's gonna be, more I use my head here, is more I put the pressure on the leg. More I use my head over there, more I'm gonna put more pressure on the hips, for his leg is light. So that's it. When you practice this, you're gonna realize, you're gonna see how the bottom can be moving, right? So you're here, so the person started moving through, you're losing position, so you switch. Okay, so you lock his knee, you choose one side, you go overhook, then you put yourself in the lasso. But you keep your knee behind the leg and pushing the legs deep to inside your leg. Okay? And then here, you're gonna be blocking and pushing. I'm not wanting to control him, I just wanna keep following. If he loses, he's gonna be trying to create space, and then I wanna keep him close to me. I wanna keep him close to me. And when I feel it close, I start getting more close to me. Okay? So then, of course, if my head blocks his actions a little bit, like if I try to move anyway, so he's gonna make the hooks, he's gonna be following. So I use hooks. Okay, so I use hooks to be hiding my leg. So before I move, I always have to be using hooks to feel that his leg is stuck. Then I'll be hiding myself behind him. Right? So let's just turn to the opposite side. So again, so I'm in the same position. For some reason I'm losing. So with as he push me, I'll be putting myself in the box. Okay, so I'll be pushing, dragging the legs. They're not really the right way, but it's the way that you feel you control. So I'm gonna be switching according to the way he pushes me. But you have to keep both legs inside your mouth, mounting the both legs. When you feel his hips in the ground and you really have control, you go to his back. And then when you feel like he's moving, and like every time he moves, the timing, the way I find my timing, it's when he moves, I follow him. When he stops, then I make a little move. Move again, I just follow. I don't move when he's moving, because that's when you create a scramble. Whatever when he moves, I want to follow. When he stops, that's when I move. If you both move, if I try pass and sweep at the same time, that's when I lose. Okay, so if I'm in the position he's trying to escape, I'll be hooked. That's the time that I stop. When he stops, that's when I start moving. And then he starts moving again, and then I just follow him. It's about stalling, progressive. Loading, so that's the way I try to find my timing to not lose what I already have. Okay, so just one more time. I'm here trying to set up to control the legs. As I'm moving, escaping and losing, I use the overhook. So I control the doesn't matter how to control. The important is to keep the legs deep inside both legs. I'm not in the half guard, mount tension. You're gonna be, and that's important when you're training with a partner, light resistance. The on the bottom, trying to create space and moving. Okay, for you know what to do. And then you switch to your hands should be one controlling the legs, especially the bottom leg, and then the other hand in the back. Not giving him space. And then you keep following him. When he stops, speed hook. Then you back step. And then you bring him to you for the body lock again. But now we're in the cycle. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Let's go.
Same thing with the body lock, right? But sometimes we make little mistakes, or the guy does something right that messes up the position that we're supposed to do, right? So something that I like to do when we're in the body lock, and I enjoy doing that, the knee and controlling. But then sometimes I realize that I'm here, and sometimes when I switch the leg, if I lose control when I'm coming back, sometimes, yeah, see, the guy gets a little bit of space, he goes to half guard, right? Then I like to let go, because here, what I do is, instead of staying over here, I let go and I put my hand flat on his back, boom, right in the middle. And now what I do is I walk my shoulder to the middle of his sternum right here. Right? Here I don't have a lot of pressure, so I'm gonna lift myself and I'm gonna move my weight this way. So I move my body this way, so see my body start moving his knee and forces him to come this way. Right? And I adjust my shoulder. See how I go, instead of staying here, I do what? I move, then I come back, and you guys have to realize it's hard to align your hand to your shoulder, right? So that's kind of the measurement of if you're in the middle of the body. So my hand's flat, I move, he's gonna follow me. Then now I start poking the shoulder. Then I can lift the hand, the leg, my hand go to the knee over here, right? This hand is the one that's gonna do a work, or it can do some problem in me. So what I like to do is, I don't put my hand here, right? Because of guillotines and things like that. I like to go under the armpit. Because now for him to circle and go up, I'm too high. So he can't move from the shoulder to the bicep. If I'm low, he can circle around because he can lift this, right? So I kind of try to put my head over here. I'm not forcing, I'm just pretty much almost using the arm on the armpit. But instead of the arm, I'm using my head. So he keeps this, so he can't, like guys with long arms, once you're doing this, you start opening your elbows, so you're gonna lose that pressure, not gonna be able to push the leg that's in the way, right? Keeping flat hand, adjust your shoulder, poke it, head down, okay? This hand, I'm not gonna push the leg down as in straight down, right? Because if I do this, look, I'm pushing the leg where? Towards my own leg, right? So I'm pushing his leg towards my own leg, it's not gonna go anywhere. My leg's in the way of his leg. The only thing that I worry about is to push the leg down as towards the ground. So it opens the knee, okay? So I have freedom to now start moving my knee, right? Okay, come on. Hand flat, open, hit my hip. See, it's a little bit high, he's gonna follow, down, knee slide, and I come back on the side over here. Then I can start sliding my head, and I stay over here, okay? And then now I can put pressure. But I don't go towards his chest. I stay on the muscle over here, so it does what? Diaphragm here. So every time he breathes, when he goes, what I do? I go, and now his diaphragm's going. So every recovery he gets, a little bit less oxygen, right? So you just drain a little bit more energy. Then he fights, I go, Then when I feel he's like, he kind of stop fighting, then I move. But I still keep the hand. Adjust the shoulder, then I can get the side control, right? Because of what? Because no gi is to slip and slide. So the more you can drain the energy, the better, right? Different examples, people that pass, if you guys follow jiu-jitsu, of course, Gordon Rice style passing, it doesn't move. It makes people frame, and he stays over there.
Cooked up.
The problem that he has with Pena is what? Pena doesn't frame. He goes flat back it,
50-50, recover with the guard. That's why he has a bigger problem with Pena than the other guys. So again, it's a lesson to drain the energy. So when you get to the good position, you're fresh, the guy's recovered. It's easy to find the submissions, easy to do another transition for the next position. Okay? So again, I'm on the body lock. Boom. I try a rush, I make a mistake. Boom. Right? I don't wait. The moment that I'm here, the moment I feel that I made a mistake, he's fighting, boom. I let go, and now I lift, and I move my head. You can see I kind of stretch him so he doesn't get close to my leg, close to my arm. So I use my head too, because then I go pick it up, lift, knee, stay with the hand. If you want, you can go back to hugging, chest squeezing, drain his energy. After he's done, right? The knee doesn't need to go far away, so you give space. I like to go, of course, how flexible we are, your size, but I like to go up and down as fast as possible. I don't like to slide really far away, because if you go against a flexible guy, you have to remember that this leg's free. They make little hooks, start complicating.
Rubber guard.
Yeah.
I
Right?
would go there, yeah.
Good. So one more time, a little bit slower. I'm on the body lock. I start rushing. I made a mistake. I feel he grab my leg. Look, I let go. We do slow motion. As I'm letting go, I'm already moving what? Look, I'm sliding my shoulder to the middle, and I'm fitting my head. Right? And I do what? A little bit of pressure here, so I stretch his body that way. Lift myself, knee down to the ground, poke my knee, see as close as possible, because my weight's here. Then I go down, and I can look for the leg over here. If you want, hold. If you're strong enough, you can just throw your weight and let him rest over here. Once you feel tired, find the shoulder, check the hip, side control. Any questions?
So first, I want you guys, so this before this class, I was talking like how I put myself in my hands inside to poke both knees to the side, right? So, and like I said, like with he, it's a situation that you don't want to be. You don't want to be in the lasso, so you don't want to give the position to be in the lasso. The lasso is very like annoying guard, very easy to the person the bottom control, especially if they have a flexible legs, and like it's very hard. So always avoid to be in the lasso. So you don't want your hand you don't want to get stuck on it. So, but I do use this position sometimes to break some situations, right? So, but what I want to focus is like in the outside pass, because I have been working with this position before, like these last world tournaments. So I have been very effective for our athletes. It's like working outside, right? So I try to always like give a different distance, require different ways to pass. So I like to, and because of you not engaging the guard, so I like to choose passing that it's outside. Okay, so this being said, like the first position I want you guys to be working, it's a very basic grip. It's like I want to make a grip. I want to make a cross grip in the pants, right? Exactly this way. And I don't never want to keep myself between his knees or the legs. I want to always put myself in his side. That's 1 point, right? For controlling the legs, it is like always the side. It's fine. It's okay if he frame it, but I don't want to be in the half guard. It's always when I'm in the half guard, I need to be able to get out from the half guard. I want to be in the side. Okay, because in the side, he not lock me. He can frame me, but not lock me. And then I'll be able to move in to my side slowly. Right? The way that I move to my side is always with this knee in the ground, this leg stand up. It's like a big neon belly, but I knee in the ground. So I have a good balance. I'm protecting the leg for any eventually attack. I keep my knee to help me to frame his leg for any like guard recovery. But what I need is this grip, this lapel, this grip. And nobody will give you the lapel. So everybody will block, because everybody will be blocking. So I'm not aiming to the lapel, I'll be aiming always to grab the elbow. So I'm controlling the elbow and the okay? So the bottom always gonna be framing. You're gonna be using both hands to stop me. You're gonna be using the knee to stop me. So, okay, so we're gonna also gonna be trying to make the hooks. So those are the way they're gonna be trying to stop me. Knee, hook, or moving the leg over my head. Those are the three options. Okay? So I have to keep my knee in the ground, and I slowly I go to get it close. His knee on top of me. It's it's a body weight. So I'll be using my shoulder and my head and see. If my head faces his head, I'm looking to control and fight for the side control. If I move my head to his legs, I'll be looking to north-south. Give me different mobility. So I said before, the head give me different balance. If I face his head, I'm gonna be heavy, controlling more side control. If I look to his leg, I'm gonna give me ability to move it to north-south. Okay? But for right now, as a first position, I wanna just practice the balance and the grips. Okay? So we're gonna work the three aspects of the pass: engage, control, pass. But we're gonna break it, not gonna be in this order. So we're gonna work first the pass. Okay? So I already have the grips. So I want to put the bottom, frame. Okay? And I keep the legs always in my side. So my knee block his knee. Because if my knee it's back, his knee will frame it. And maybe half guard. So I have to always push his leg to the side, slide my knee to block his knee. My grip, he's not gonna give him the lapel because he's gonna be blocking. So my hand always gonna be in the elbow. I even not losing my time trying to control the lapel. I go straight to the elbow. It's actually like it's more efficient. When you learn how to control the elbow, it's even more efficient. What I want you guys to learn how to do, it's with the distance and your balance. So you're gonna be framing, you're gonna use the knee. So you have to learn how to use your head and your shoulder and lifting the elbow to put his back in the ground. If he using, same frame, he using the butterfly hook, right? The butterfly hook. It's how you use your body weight to keep his knee, how you back step, and then moving the pass to the side control. Because his leg is stuck. If he's moving his leg over my head, okay, it's how I can keep the elbow, or I switch to be back step and passing, not to north south. So what I want you guys learning, how with the grip, how can I deal with the frame without losing my grips? But I need to push the bottom, resist. No hard resist, no sparring. So we learning something on top, okay? So they push the bottom, grip the pants. It's like a plate, like a neon belly. Try to get your knee as close as possible. They push the bottom, frame. Like again, he will frame me a lot. He's gonna frame me as close, right? So he's gonna be framing. He's gonna keep his leg to the side, controlling the elbow. So he gives me space, I take this space. My goal is flatten his back and put his back in the ground, side control or north-south. So the guy on the bottom, he's gonna be choosing the three ways to stop. Or he's gonna be just framing with the knee. Right? He just use the knee, framing with the knee. Or he's gonna be using the foot as a hook. And then I have to control the leg to back step. And then be working my pass. The pass always work. If I look to his face, side control. If I look to his head, north-south. Or if he's gonna use the leg over the head. Okay? And then the same thing. It's sometimes I have enough power to flatten his back in the ground. Sometimes I'm gonna overhook, then sit in the side. And then not, always not. Always I will end up most of the time you're gonna end up in the north-south because it's it's more efficient when you move to north. And one part you're gonna be moving to side control. But actually, like what's gonna define which way I will be the person that bar. That's why I need some kind of resistance. Okay, let's go. I cannot be in the half guard. You have to be. It's an outside pass. You have to be outside the pass, right? So all your engagement is about from when you're outside to inside. Right? So you're gonna be using your hands a lot to block. Okay, if it controlling the legs, because you'll be outside the legs. So you want to be controlling the foot, to always working 201 because it's easy for you to control. You drag, you pin, and you're gonna be a lot of pin. And the reason why, because most of today we stand up or use knee. If you stand up a lot, or if you're using so much the knee between the legs, that is people doing a lot of lapels. And even when or even like a non lapel or just under my legs, but sometimes grab my own lapel and like a double lasso. So those situations, knees in the ground and pin the leg in the ground, avoid it to be stuck in those guards. Or if you are stuck in the guard, avoid it for you be losing your balance and be under attack. So I want to work like three couple situations, basic situation that it helps to disengage. It's one is the basic is like just a 201. He not attack. His back's flat in the ground and he's agree with the guard. He want me approaching. So I approach him with a 201 because he agreed to let me get in close. And then I make my grip, like I start moving to the side, and then like again, so the engage will be on the time because maybe he's gonna sit, or if I go or if I'm gonna be approaching, but I go to the elbow and make my pass. So the other situations, it's when he sit up, because he's gonna be more engaged, right? So there are two options I want to work. Because here, I cannot be working as a 201 so much because he can take advantage to arm drag it, choke me, to do something else. So I need to make sure that my balance, can fight against his sweeps. Okay, so every time that he close to me, my hands will be framed. So I use my head in the shoulder to stop him, and my hands in the legs, one in each leg. So I like to use my thumb inside and grab the leg. The reason why, because I can direct the legs. Okay, I can push to one side to another side. So every time when he sits, I don't use my hand to stop because his leg is free. So I like to stop him with my head, and I use my hands in the knee. Okay, and then I can be moving. I can move it to the side. Okay, I can move it around to the other side. So his hook is not really chasing me. If his hook is more deep, if it's more deep, because if it's more deep, I try to move. He's follow me. I pin the foot. I use my toes in the ground to stand up, but without moving my head. And then I move to the side. Before I pass, he will push me to put in the ground. He'll frame me. That's when I come back to pin, and then I grab. Right? So two options. One, he give me enough space for I just walk around. Second one, his hook is follow me. So I use exactly the same frame to lift, to stand up, and move it around. The third one, it's I already use the head. I use the 201, but I backstep using my elbow on the ground. Okay, because when I use my elbow on the ground, I can bring my leg now to get to my knees. So I use the backstep just to give me the angle that I need to pass. Okay, so if he's laying down, in case it's easy for you guys to see, the way I work, my head always blocking his shoulder to make him respect the distance. If I don't really engage in the guard and drag me and break my balance. So my head framing him. So, and then I move to the side because his hook's not following me, right? And I can move to the side, 201, pass. If his hook is strong, you can feel his hook on my leg, I stand up, and then I move to my side, and then I 201, and then I pass. If his hook is It's here, but I use 201. My elbow block on the hook to back step. I fall on my knee, I fall on my hip, but also my elbow. Never in my shoulder. If I fall on my shoulder, I'll stay. My elbow, because my elbow I have mobility now to drag my leg and to have the angle that I want. Back to the pants. You're gonna block me as the same. Boom. Back to the elbow, and then I start to make exactly the same battle that you guys embrace. But it's important those 3 ways. Walk around. Always frame, right? So I always frame with the hands, or if he sits, I frame with my head. I can walk around, I can stand up, or I back step to come back. So 3 options to make the angle, then back to 201 pass. Okay? Let's go. A fresh black belt. Maybe you don't find it YouTube, so you have to have a VHS to watch. If you have a VHS to watch, probably some of you guys will have. Black belt has to be, but it's you're gonna see a lot of this pass. Was when the big revival, me, Shaolin, Braga, those was the biggest pass. Most of the guys wants to play a lot of butterfly guard. And those is the one that was helping killing so much the butterfly guard. So if you watch some of the choreographers, Shaolin and I are gonna be using like the same things. Therefore, I was using exactly the same thing. Using the head, you're gonna see me using the head framing a lot, hugging the shoulder to backstep and driving the person with me. So creating the angle first, and then the grips and approaching as the next step. So you're gonna see this. So then the question, why stop? Why? Because the jiu-jitsu is changing. So I started doing something that works so much, end up like you're gonna be find something that is gonna be the kryptonite. And then people start changing the way they play guard. And then I have to start the way that I'm passing. And then they start the way of the guard. They start the way they pass. And then we're back to this position. But before the game before we didn't have so many teams. We didn't have so many like cross training. So everybody was very specific. You can see one group, one team has a very specific, same way as the pass, same guard players. Same way as the guard. The other team, very different. Like same taking down, same pass, same guard. So very distinct, everybody. So it's very distinct. Like later when the open tournament, people cross training, people training different, like that's when it started mixing so much. And today, the strategy is not so much about it's what you match to some of the fighters. So sometimes the strategy to fight with someone that have a specific guard, but not for every kind of guard. So in the last one very example of this position was in pants, Renato Canute, one of our black belt. He fought against Levi, which is, you guys just could see like CGI. His guard is an unbelievable guard, long, flexible, strong guy. So with Iggy, it's the same thing. So he's a very like octopus, like rolling. So Canute lost him in the pants. He back to the world, like which is 2 months later, with that question and facing this guy. And he practiced exactly what you guys did in the fight week. That's what he learned, fight week. Say, look, that's what I have to do when you face that guy. So he practiced 1 week, and then if you see, if you search his fight with Levi, you're gonna see he's doing exactly. His knees in the ground, crossing, controlling the elbow, with maybe with not all the details that we have right now, because the position changed the details to make more performance to up to date, but exactly the same concept. Outside pass, grabbing the pants, outside, using the knee, always avoiding to getting engaged, and then he win the fight, because he kept exactly this strategy. So for those last World Tournament was special, like all my color belts that have been teaching, learning so much this, they have been, that's one of the stronger competition game that he practicing with the athletes. So very effective, very easy, very safe for the person. Doesn't require special abilities, special power, grip, so anything, and help us like with to save the energy to fight against the young guys, young kids. So it's really nice. So thanks so much for the opportunity. I'll pass right now. Any question in this position?
It's good.
Yeah.
Are you ever worried about a loop choke, putting your head forward like that in butterfly?
Yes. It's like every position has, you know, like counter attack. Actually, like jiu-jitsu is like this, right? So what I do and what I suggest is your head's always up.
Yeah.
Your head's on, never down. So the way we did no-gi today, with the head down and the shoulder, the reason why there's no loop choke.
Yeah.
But there's like if you notice, that's why I was saying, like, if you see the position, my head is always down. I want to make hit you with my body. It's a lot of shoulder and chest. That's why I can move my head to one side and move the other side. I'm not stepping back, put my head down, because I will have a cross choke, I'll have loop choke. He's gonna be head like arm drag, my head gonna be to the ground, like then I'll be losing my balance. Heads up the whole time.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yeah.
Well, what about the butterfly? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
The last area,
On your
when that
entry.
butterfly, when you lean forward with your head,
Yeah, the butterfly,
when
that's,
he sits up.
You frame with your head.
yeah, I frame, in the beginning or when I'm having
At the very last,
Can
when
you
he
show me
sits
the-
up, when he sits up.
Can
and
you, I'll do that. No, just because I have to visualize. Yeah, because I'm here, right? So we passing, like I'll be moving first to the side, but with the butterfly, what?
Yeah, when at the last one, when you were showing the 3 different ways to pass when they sit up,
Uh-huh.
when you were leading with your head.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that what you were asking?
Yeah, moving to over.
Yeah,
to the
he was
side.
asking that.
Yeah, he was saying like about the
This
problem
head.
here. Yeah, no, but my heavy toe is very on top of the neck.
Okay.
Sometimes the guy wants to snap it, but it's like every moment a guy putting the hand, I consider it as a cross. Collar drag cross. That's like every time. Like when you sparring, you training, like you don't say it, but the message you switch, the conversation is about body language. Every grip you do is a message you do. The moment they cross grip, I consider it to choke and collar drag. So that's it's already like my aura. Like I protect myself as this.
It's good.
Right? So the moment that you make the people start like holding like your foot, like it's a foot lock. You know, like there are a lot of things during the training that have to be like it's a message. The way the people sit, you know, I wanna play God for that side. So it's what you guys learn so much is like it's see and react about what you see in the field. So but it definitely like it's something you have to worry about because your hands over there, your heads. But I try to keep my head as up as possible, and then what makes me minimize like the danger is when, like also I always look at what his intention. So if the moment I make the cross, so I go the cross grip, I kind of like maybe change the size, or I kind of like when I attack with careful to don't get stuck in any submissions. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
You wanna use it with me or
I'll
with
use
someone?
Jonathan. Yeah, I'll use Jonathan.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm going to continue. Leo had such a great topic about the movement and the 2-on-1s. I've been training with Henzo for 26 years now, and it's been through a lot of progressions. Around 2012 is when the leg lockers, foot lockers came in. So the last thing I want to do is stand up, right? I don't want to even play that game. So I kind of built a pass completely around the leg locking. So I'm going to, from close guard. So I'm gonna take the lapels together and I join them. And just about his sternum, I put the finger straight down and I make an S under there and I put the heel of my palm right at his solar plexus, okay? And I hold it like you would hold a gear shifter. The other hand is gonna grab the pants if he had a pocket, okay? Same stuff as holding down, I bring that knee to the center and then I equalize my base by coming back. Already, his guard is open. I'm gonna grab the knee and use my leg as a ramp to slide it down, okay? So my hand is making a grip and my shoulder is right above my hand, so I put enough weight. The knee is gonna come behind his knee And like Leo did, he puts the other foot out. I'm gonna windshield wiper until my shin crosses his shin, okay? And I'm gonna stay here. It puts a lot of weight, a lot of pressure, okay? As we move, I'm gonna slide up just above the knee. From here, sorry sir.
All good.
I'm gonna pull him in and start rolling the collar up, putting pressure down here, okay? It makes it very difficult to move, and plus when he's bent in, he can't hip escape, can he? Because he's already in the hip escape position. So he doesn't have the ability to escape. I step over, take the arm, I sit down, but see how I still hold the collar here? This is a very high angle arm bar. So when I finish this, he's gonna feel it in the shoulder first. Okay, and if he endures through that, I'll then take the elbow. So, I put the lapels together, fingers pointing straight down. I fold it under and put the heel of my palm down like I'm shifting a car. Okay, and then that's out of my way. I just have pure gi under that. I'm gonna grip 4 fingers here. Elbow's always on the inside, so he can't climb up my back and break my posture. That's my biggest concern here is having my posture broken. I'm a smaller guy, I roll with a lot of big guys, so once my posture gets broken, it's a lot tougher for me to get back up and it consumes a lot of time. So I'm very conscious of my posture. If he goes to sit up, I'm just gonna keep him down here. I'm gonna keep the elbow in so he can't climb up and use his legs. I put one knee to the center and I turn this out and I get low. His guard opens. I take it by the knee and I slide it down my leg like a ramp. I step out and I slide my knee right behind his knee, okay? I lift my foot and I just turn. And I'm gonna settle here, sorry.
All good.
All good, okay. Now look, I'm gonna slide up to the next portion here. I'm gonna pull him in and start just twisting this up, okay? It's very tight. The jacket gets super tight on his body and I'm putting pressure straight down. He's bent, so he can't hip escape. He can't move. He's stuck here, all right? I step behind the back, I hold the collar. So I take the arm, I turn. Very high angle arm bar, right? It's not like a crucifix. And I have his shoulder trapped. Thumb pointing towards the ceiling, squeeze my knees together. Just gonna lower my body a little. And there it is. Spin it around so we get a reverse angle. Okay. So, 2 lapels come together, fingers straight down, and make an S below. Put the heel on my palm like I'm shifting a car. 4 fingers in the pocket. I put the knee in the center, and I turn and I settle down. Grabbing by the knee, I slide it down like a ramp. I step out, my knee slides right behind his knee. And look, I just turn and I come right to here. You know, this ensures that the hip is locked, right? This hip is not moving, the leg is not moving. I come up higher. Sorry, the hip is locked. He can't move the hip. I start pulling in, winding that up. So there, very tight. My shoulders are over my hands. I have a lot of weight there. I step over, take the arm, still have the jacket, right? He tries to pull that arm out. Okay. I just hold the wrist to make sure the thumb, or hold the hand even, to make sure the thumb stays up. I squeeze the knees together. I just lower my body weight. And there's the finish. See, when I finish, I have that very tight grip. So there's no hitchhiker, there's no forcing the arm out, there's no rolling. Okay? That's my version of an anti-leg lock guard pass. Questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah.
So when you are there and you're about to put the knee, you're not scared that he's gonna throw the other leg, which is free over your arm. You are pinning into his chest, like when you're doing this S grip with the lapel, and you are here.
Yeah.
So the
Well, no,
leg,
I'm right here. When I do the S grip,
Yeah.
I'm here and here.
So this leg could be here, and could be in front of you. If there's any problem.
His other leg?
No,
Oh.
yes, his
Yeah.
other leg.
Probably a solution. So I've opened it. I'm here, and I'm here.
Pinning.
And you're right about this?
Yeah.
Okay, bring it in.
No. So if you holding me here, isn't it?
Well, no, I didn't get up there yet.
Yeah.
I'm up to here. Can you get that knee in?
No.
That was the question?
Yeah, but so if you are rolling, when you're rolling this,
Okay. Is it gonna cause a problem? You do that, I just come to here, right? You don't have the right angle or the space to really do anything.
Yeah, for me it's just when you're gripping here and you're about to step in, you have the opportunity to throw this leg before.
Did you have the opportunity?
No.
Oh.
When you get there, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's was the question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
But there's something I like to do. Does anybody does butterfly or hook sweep? So, of course, the way that you're gonna get here, I'll show you after like a few options of sometimes what you like to do if you're not the most athletic person and things like that. But a lot of times you sit here, right? So if the person has two hooks under, if they don't have any grips, they're gonna sit. When I was, when I was there, they gave up already. You already won the roll, whatever, you know. So the whole thing is, it's more of an explosive kind of move because it's just a matter of time. If the guy's doing this, he's already looking for something, right? Like he's controlling one of your arms, exactly, or like your belt, or like a traditional hook or something like that, you know. So once you get to this position, you kind of have to go, right? Of course, sometimes you hear both you guys are tired and you hear that you go like, ah, and the guy sits and you be here and the guy's like, eh. It can be like, yeah, see? Yeah, a little situation like that. Really simple. What you guys have to understand is, I'm gonna do slow motion, but it's pretty much one move and everything happening at the same time, right? For the reason for is, if I make a grip in the pants, then a grip in the back, then the guy knows something's happening. So he's gonna be like, eh, you know, like, eh. So it's almost like I'm here, whatever situation you landed here, I'm gonna go cross on the pants. As I'm going to, I don't extend, so I like to do this. I don't like to extend my arm because I'm in the same position. If I do this, I touch the back anyways. So what I like to do is I like to have a little T-Rex arm, and like Leo said, if you extend your arm and you fall, you're gonna fall the side of your body. Then you're gonna be lower than the guy. The guy has a chance for the same level as the head. You guys are gonna have a chance to scramble. I'm gonna land on my elbow. So I like to make a little T-Rex arm. As I'm here, once I'm go, I start lifting, not my knees, but my butt from my ankles, right? So I start going. As I start going, once I get here, I start kicking my leg because I took the weight of this leg. So I have to think with this leg. I start kicking that leg back. And you guys have to fall, right? Because there's nothing to catch me until I hit the elbow on the floor, right? And my butt. So I can't go, that's why it's hard to show slow motion. I can't go like, I can't hold myself here to do this, to show you guys, right? So I have to think with this leg as I'm kicking that leg. That leg's the one that's leading me to fall to the side, right? So I'm here replaying. Once I grip, see, I already started kicking this leg. Once I take the weight, I start kicking this leg, and you have to think that you're gonna do a long step with this leg, right? So here, once you land on the position, I like take my head and I defend my head. Always keep the grip, because now his first reaction is going to try to play guard. But this is the leg that's going to replace the guard, right? So I keep the control. Once I need to go up, I don't go up first. His leg move away first. So I think the danger of going the leg that recovers away from me. So I have the picture. I lift. Then now I come up. Because now his own leg defend you from the other hook or to replace or do something, right? Sometimes it's a mistake because people get excited, then they kind of let go and they're like, ah, I got to the side. Then the guy, boom, right? So now the ways that it can get, right? Sometimes you're standing and he's doing a guard, we're here, then I broke the grip, I break myself free, I'm here, but I'm not good at passing. I can just force him to sit. The time of his sitting, boom, right? Or sometimes I'm doing something, he's here, like we're doing smashing today. Once I break myself free, boom, that's the time to go. Or the first example I give,
Sometimes he's doing half guard, then the guy makes a hook, you splash him, you force him to do the hook, boom. I sit, once I feel that he's here, I do what? When he starts coming up, right? No, it's, they did the strength for 25 pants in one. It's horrible. Okay. So again, I'm here. Sometimes you're here. If you control the hand, you still can be here. You understand? Because it doesn't matter, he said the butterfly. If it doesn't have the grips to roll your arm, make the grips, pull, you're fine. So you can be here, once you let go, you're on the side, right? But remember, pull, lift the leg. So see, there's nothing over here. And I can try. And of course, if he makes the dumb decision to go that way, you grab the back, give him a kiss. Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Was that nice to you? You need to give him a little shoulder kiss, you know? Okay? So again, simply start here first, make your grips, then move everything. Lift, go up. And of course, sometimes I try to push, because if the guy gives me the side control, he's gonna have to give me side control. If he keeps turning, worse. There's the really bad the back, bad the side control. They're always gonna choose, right? Can give him a good option.
Bad or worse.
Yeah. Always.
Bad or worse.
You can give them options. They just need to be bad options.
It's like
Right?
in some movie. You open the next door and
Yeah.
the next door is worse.
Exactly.
You have to cut up the leg off.
Give options. You just give really bad or bad. Okay. And of course, you guys can start practicing. Sometimes you hear, you start, just go hands. Then once I let go, I'm on the side, right? Bigger guys like me, a lot of the times it's easier to force the situation once you start on your knees, because people touch hands too, and a lot of people start like this. Understand?
Does it matter where you grab his shoulder?
No.
No? Okay.
No, the shoulder's pretty much like
Yeah.
a slap, but it's more of a positioning of my elbow in a height that when I land, I'm in a good region with my head. Right? But that's why I do the T-Rex. What else? You do this, and you land and you're too low, then it's easy for him, like Lasso said, low head, easy to push, right? And I'm over him, so my level of my head is higher than him. So if there's a scramble, whoever had the head a little bit higher, your chance of winning the scramble it's always better, or always bigger, right? So sometimes you start like this, you touch hands. Right? What, you're gonna walk into the guard?
Yeah.
Might as well just sweep yourself. Right? It's like a takedown. When you're not standing, you pass. Right? And this too that you guys have to understand on the roll, like I told you, it gives you the reaction that you need to. When you see it, you do it. Because trying to set up a position that's based on speed, if you're gonna practice with speed and surprise, it's gonna be hard. Make sense? Any questions? Universal. Yes. No. Yes. Good. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Roman time, yeah. Roman time too. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
1, 2.
When the guy put him in the single X, okay, it's a kind of noise position, all right? If you don't know what single X means, it's when my leg is underneath the press and trap the leg, right? They can grab the pants like that, or they can kind of hold like a full lock position, doesn't matter. They're not gonna block me, okay? All right. If they hold, I'm gonna show two, okay, because it's simple, both is combined, okay? If the person hold my leg like a full lock, okay, they're hugging the leg and control the belt or collar. I like that pass because I know they don't have the reaction to push my leg, okay? Because when they hold, it is tight, but also his hand got stuck in there, right? And they're gonna help me, okay? Pretty much what I try to do, I cannot stay too completely up. I like to drop my hips right on her foot here. And that way I can control, stay nice and tight. If I wanna control the collar, make sure I like to control their foot. Why? I don't like when people kick their leg and try to trip me, right? If I drop my weight here, I control her leg with my ribs and my arm. Okay, that way I know she's not gonna trip my foreleg. Okay, now what I'm doing, I wanna use my hips to help me my elbow. Okay, I'm gonna go up a little bit and I'm gonna push my knee and my elbow against her leg to force her leg to come out. Okay, soon that leg come out, I'm gonna go back really fast, drop my knee on her belly, keep my hand on her shin, pulse my hand, and I'm gonna do a back step. Okay, remember I said when she control my leg, that hand, she gonna take time to be able to push my leg. Until she get it here, I'm ready to slide, drop my hand, get her right this side control out. Okay, sorry. Okay, one more time, again. She's here, okay? See, when soon she trap, I like to be right here. I like that leg, that hand be like a C grip. I like to go a little bit below the knee. I don't like to grab the foot right here, close to my leg. Keep it nice and tight. I use my elbow and my leg. Take a leg out a little bit. I do this motion with my leg. That helps me, okay? To push her foot out. And of course, I'm controlling my body. I need to go up a little bit. Drop. Pulse, all my weight's gonna be on my knee, back step, and I just, she's like right here. I lock the hips, I lock the leg, okay? All right? But I do, one more time, I just do that technique when they grab my leg like a foot lock grip. Why? If Victoria grab it with that grip here, when I do the back step here, she can shrink out, Victoria, and she can easily recover, take my back, I'm gonna be in trouble, okay? I say that because I love playing that game. And when people do that back step with me, I do exactly that way because I don't grab the leg like a foot lock. I grab the pants. Okay, all the time I'm on bottom. When I do the single X, I try to grab the pants like that. Okay, good for that one? Okay. I will show both already because both is super simple, okay? The other one is when the person grab the other way, right? Let's say Victoria grab my pants. Okay, I will do the same. Now decide to have the C grip, I want to cup her knee right here, okay? Right there, okay? I'm gonna move my hips all the way up. As I move my hips up, I wanna take her head off the floor, push her knee in, and my leg gonna push the leg out, okay? And then I wanna, if I just drop here, Victoria gonna bring the knee back. I'm here. You see how I go away and put my leg to block. After I'm here, I will, most of the time she try to push me here, I will pull her arm, slide close, and then I finish here on the S mount, or whatever you guys want to call the classic mount, whatever you guys call it. Okay, one more time. Let's turn around so that you guys can see. Okay, again, she's here. Grab the collar. Here, nice and tight, right? My hand go on top of her leg. As I get up, that leg push this foot away. My hand push her leg between my legs, and I need to push her head out. Why her head needs to come off the floor? That way she's gonna release a little bit the pressure on my legs. Here. And then go here. Okay, you see how I get it off? Okay? It's important to really try to cut your butt on the floor. Alright? Because you can be here, you can be here. Her leg has a lot of room to go back. Too many things, I'm sorry. Alright, if I keep my butt up and just drop on my knees, I should give a lot of room. And she can easily shrink out, bring the knee back in, and we're going to stand exactly the same position. Okay? We good? Let's try those two. All right, let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3.
You're gonna start from the single X as well. Most of the time when the guy plays single X, we control my collar, you know. So the starting position is the exact same way for me it did. I'm gonna use my elbow and my knee to clear that foot up from my hip. As I clear that foot from my hip, I'm gonna pinch my knee together. So I clear the foot, pinch my knee together. Now I have control of that leg here. The hand I have on the collar and the hand I have on the tricep, that's my strongest grip. I wanna push his leg down with my knees and bring his back off the floor with my grips. Okay, so I push down, back off the floor. Step over the head and go straight. So that's like one shot position. You know, if you try once and it don't work, you're probably gonna lock his elbow on the ribs and you're probably gone. So single axe, I clear the foot from my hip, pinch my knees together. Now I'm gonna bring his back off the floor and push his leg down with my knees. Step over the head. I like to keep control of the collar until I have my back on the floor. Then I can let it go, squeeze my knees together and finish. One more time. I like to be like low here. If I'm up, you're not gonna let me go up because I have good room to like try to step my legs down and yeah, whatever. So I'm gonna be low, heavy here. I clear the foot from my hip, squeeze my knees together. Now I'm gonna bring his back off the floor as I push his knee down with my knees. Then roll the head and go straight to the armbar. You guys have any questions? No? Please, right? Let's go, guys. 1, 2, 3.
So like a lot of guys will sometimes wrestle up and be long stepping if you don't get the right pressure. So one of the things I like to do a lot is pressure passing. So I'm going to show you guys a good setup for the pressure pass here. So I often, for some whatever reason, have a hard time keeping this heel off the hip, even especially long guys where they get stuck on here. I think it might be my posture or something. So I often like to actually address this space between the knee, between my leg and his leg. So to clear this, it depends on if they give me the space, which way I go. But if there's space here, what I actually do is instead of peeling, I actually grab to the underside of the hamstring and now bring my weight down. So this is where I like to often get my body lock passing going to. And I don't like this foot on the floor by his hip. I want to replace that foot with my knee. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compress his knees together and I'm going to sprawl out to that same side. So I'm going to go here and just sprawl. So now I'm in a nice tight position. I've got double unders and I can start attacking from here. The response I usually get here when I get this knee position on the bottom side is they'll start to sit up into me. And this is where I get my body lock from. So I'll let him sit up into me because I'm in a safe position. I'm going to wave behind him. So I'm going to put my hand under his armpit and then I'm going to connect my hands in a gable grip right here and put his back on the floor. Here. And there's a lot of pressure now. So all I'm going to do is switch my hips and I have options. I mean, I can knee slice straight through his legs. I can just come back around. But with that, the hands under his back pretty much completely immobilize him. He can't turn either way because this one keeps him from turning that way, and this one's keeping him from turning this way. So all he has is his leg flexibility to work with me here. If he wants to even try and keep that grip, he can. And I'll start to sit all the way through. So I'll come back here, we're clear, pummel, back around. So I'm leaving no chance for them to be able to wrestle up there with my leg, right? But the biggest key is replacing that foot with my knee. So I'm gonna fish through, hug the thigh. Then I'm basically gonna collapse his knees and do one big sprawl that way. Here. Give him a little space, he comes up. Formiga likes the butterfly guard if you haven't heard yet, so I like to sit here sometimes. If I can get here, boom, back on the floor with my hands under it. So I'm basically right up over my hands here. From here, it's dealer's choice. You can go knee slice, over the top. You can go, I mean, even if you're over both knees, you can go long step here. But the hands under his back is extremely uncomfortable. You just basically pummel until you pass the legs.
You show that at the very beginning, just that entry first.
Which way you want to face? Towards you?
Okay, that's perfect.
So here, if they leave me this space, so like a lanky guy, often they're going to give me this space between, right? Like, but then also we have a training partner, Joao, who's shorter, so it's often very tight. So if it's tight, I actually go the opposite way. So here, and then I sit almost like you clear a lasso grip, right? This is basically a lasso, like a lasso. Here, I'll grab my own shin, come through. Now I'm going to do the same thing. Sprawl, knee down. He sits up, connect the hands, here. And it is like, you guys will feel it now here. I'm barely even squeezing, but I'm already taking his, like I'll sit here just to cook sometimes. Here, knee slice. If you get your knee position here, you can even climb up and out. It all depends on what they give you, but just stay in that position with the hands under the back, and they'll eventually just want you to pass, really. Oh yeah. There's a lot of pressure in the ring. All right? Questions? Let's give it a shot. Hands up, 1, 2, 3. A lot of times when you're passing here, you have this. You feel like they can kind of, but if they try and sit up with that, just lock it all in there. I'll leave it, honestly, I prefer that because there's even more pressure now. So here, I did the same lock and I'm going to put it back on the mat. Here.
Yeah, that's it.
But I don't want to get this lock up above the shoulder. If he starts going here, I'm going to shove him. But once you get his back on the mat, he pretty much locks himself in there. All right? So if they do get that, that's completely fine. I let them sit up, lock around the hips, and it's kind of, they'll sit more on their side, but the same thing works.
How are you controlling their top if you don't get the body lock? Like, let's say they don't come up on you, they kind of like stay low.
Yep. So if they stay low and they don't react that way. So here they kind of just sit with the underhook or no?
I don't know.
Okay. So then I'll address this top knee. I don't really care too much about, like, I already have his knees together into the floor, right? So I'll address this top knee and I'll start coming this way. If they start grabbing this, that's okay. Now I'm sitting in here. And all my pressure stays up on top of his chest.
Okay, so just standard pressure if you're not able to get the body lock.
Yeah, I was watching, I mean, you guys all know, Gordon Ryan likes to pass that way a lot. He'll actually keep this hand flat down the back here. So I don't really care. I'll keep this at a good home position right here because it still creates that wedge where he can't really roll that way. But if I can, this is kind of like a double wedge, right? I really have both sides covered. Can't roll. If I can't get that, I'll I'll even do a reverse secret and address this. There's a lot of pressure here. Let's lock them over. I'm really worried about this space. If I can't lock the leg or lock my I'm really thinking about this space now. I gotta control this between his elbow and his hip on the bottom side. Yeah, like this. I don't like being here because if he underhooks this again, I'm back into where we just started, right? So I really want to stay nice and sprawled out here more than anything. Stay nice and tight. Sometimes I might even give him a little space here to kind of bait him. He'll sit up, sweet, or back into it. Cool.
Thank you.
All right, hands up, 1, 2, 3.
I want to work armbar from side control request from my friend Andy. So it's a little different of a spin armbar that I do, different than other people, right? Like usually guys go here, put it on that, grab the arm, spin here, control the pins. I do it slightly different here, so I kind of like use some tricks here. So first, well, I hope everybody knows how to clear their arm, right? Because at this point, for brown belt, black belt, they don't know how to do this. I would be very upset with you guys. But so let's jump this spot. Is that cool? Yes. All right, let's go straight to the arm bar. So here's the thing, right? Like to Trey be able to defend arm bar here, he needs to keep his elbows on the mat, right? So I'm not going to be able to kind of like go on the hook, bring him up. I will have a hard time. Even though if I get my underhook here and he decides to put this arm heavy here and like he had on the mat, I'm gonna try to pick him up. It's gonna be really, really, really hard. Obviously, if I'm strong like Anthony, I'm probably gonna be able to pick him up. But I'm old, like Victoria say, and I need to use a little bit of leverage and technique here, right? So what I do here, I place my elbow right next to his ear and I gentle cross face here. and I place my other hand on his shoulder. Now it's very easy to pick him up, right? So I'm here, I got this grip, cross face, pick him up. From here, I just like windshield wiper, step over, right? When I step over here, what I do, I use my chin to try kind of like I'm kicking him in the back. And you guys gonna see when I finish the position, I kind of like elevate him. There's no, kind of like no chance of him defending, right? So I'm here. And he's really tight already in the position. Like everything here is tight. And it's, I just finished the armbar from there. So I'm here, I can be on the cross face here, go there, cross face. He lost a lot of strength here because like I'm crushing his face here. Bring him up. I can always step over. Sometimes I put my knee here just to be a little bit more mean in that position. Then I step over and go. Does that make sense? Grab, cross face. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Any questions? Yep.
Any preference to holding your knee before you spin?
No, I don't really hold my knee over there because like I realize to me on that specific position is a waste of time because he's so worried about the knee on the ribs and the cross face. He actually give me my arms. Just take it. You know what I mean? So when you get that position here, because of the cross face, he's not be able to pull his arm off. Does that make sense? It's really tight here.
You can be more mean here.
You're more
Yeah,
concentrated.
yeah. It's like I'm really tight. It's like I push it and I crush against it. So when I step over, the first thing he's realized that it's already gone. He's gonna connect his hands. Then that's another conversation, right? But like to get there, boom. Always go here. After I get him here, I have other techniques to control the arm. I let go. I don't really care about this anymore. Then I switch here and I do other stuff from there. Does that make sense?
So before you spin, you're concentrating on like holding, cupping the shoulder itself.
Cup, shoulder, cross face. Any questions? Nope. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Assume everybody will notice that. It's like this elbow, right? Like Anthony was asking me a question about like, oh, you don't worry about the lapel, why, blah, blah, blah. Then I showed him and it's like, oh, that's why. So when I grab here, right, like I cross face, my elbow go here on his ribs. You know what I mean? It's like, it's really tight. So he's so worried about the whole pain he's leaving right now. So when I step here, I'm already there. Does that make sense? So the pressure is cross face, bring, elbow. I even do this sometimes. It's like it's really bad. You know what I mean? So because like sometimes I feel like they clamp their hand here, so I can switch and go to that position. Does that make sense? Got it? Yes. Any questions? Nope. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Yes.
That arm being straight or being blocked.
Blocked.
You don't care so much about
I don't care. If I'm there, I'm gonna get your arm no matter what.
Alright.
I just wanna get there.
Alright, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I used to say I had 2 people in the world. Ones that I never roll with, and the ones that I haven't armbar yet.
Another victim. Here we go.
Guys, just to keep in mind, you practice that elbow and that entries. I like to do this from the side control. It's a little drill that I build with the kids and some of the competition guys. So I start here on the side control and I stay kind of like a light here because I want actually give the underhook. Then he's gonna like just push me away to try to wrestle up. I dropped it, go to the other side, boom. Then I like he goes there, I dropped it, go to the other side. Does that make sense? Then it kind of like it gives me the notion of body movement, hips, leg transition, and drop the elbow. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Cool?
Yes.
Who's the next?
Great.
Trey? Alright, thank you guys, appreciate it, hope you guys like it. If you guys have any question about arm bars, I'm right in the corner later, so I'm in here. He showed a position from side control. I'm going to show how I get the side control. I've had a lot of success with it. It works pretty well. So just do like De La Riva. We'll start here. I get low, grab the lapel. I connect elbow to knee, tuck the foot. As soon as I tuck the foot, I'm going to get heavy. Grab the top of the knee here. I'm going to pass through. And you can go here. I take the right hand, I punch the mat. I reach over, grab the tricep. My head's going to go here. Because if he's looking at me, he can defend. He can fight me better when he's staring at me. If he's looking away, he doesn't know what I'm doing. So I tripod. Here, I get heavy. I knee cut through.
I think that press was not really in there.
I'll do it on a later.
That works too. Elbow to knee, I squat.
I'll make with love.
I cup the knee.
A lot of heart. Go
A lot of heart. Reach over, grab the tricep, punch through. Tripod on the face.
Oh, geez.
He's real comfortable here. And then if you have this, you can even squeeze. That's what I do. It's simple, it's effective, it's a little mean, but it's awesome. You want to try it?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
That I've been using the last few years has been really effective. For me, not on Andy, but on everybody else. So, you know, we go in the regular seatbelt, and we go for our collie grip. A lot of people try to like trap this on with their leg so they can't defend the choke. A lot of people come to the wrist. What I do, the grip that I use is I come right to the meaty portion of the hand right here. Now watch. I'm here and I try to turn his wrist and I try to pull the meaty portion of his hand right through this hole as I'm trying to apply the choke. So it kind of gives them a little double trouble. Which one are they going to defend? I'm in here, I start pulling, and I get to a point where I actually want to trap the arm. Yep. His elbow on the mat. I keep pulling that through, If I can't get the arm, I get the choke. If it goes to this shoulder, I just keep pulling this through. Like I said, this meaty portion of the hand, I'm trying to pull his hand right through this hole. Nothing fancy, just a different way, just a different grip. Right on this. Pull. Trap that arm, get this up.
It's a wrist lock more or a shoulder lock?
Wrist lock.
Is it a wrist lock? We have wrist.
I feel wrist and tight shoulder, but you're telling me.
It's a multitask grip.
It'll go.
I thought they reached first.
It's a multitask grip.
It'll go to the shoulder.
I feel like that just right on my back.
So that's all. Nothing crazy. On this side, I'm always looking for the choke, I'm looking to control this hand. Once I get that meaty portion, I pull it through the hole. Either finish the choke here, one-handed, or pull this all the way through. If I can trap their arm, even better. Step on their hip to finish the choke, or have their arm trapped while I pull that through. Any questions on that? Good, 1, 2, 3.
Here, and this leg is just hanging here. I'm going right to single legs. I'm gonna be deep. My elbow is gonna be protected by the knee. And simple, I'm gonna go to my shoulders. As I'm going to my shoulders, I creating the structure here is gonna elevate this leg. At the same time, as I'm going to my shoulder, I'm gonna tap his knee. Why? Because I want this leg stable. I want it to be a little bit in this place. I don't need him to start moving around and I'm gonna losing the balance myself and I'm gonna overshoot. So I'm gonna wanna stay here. So what it's gonna look like? I'm gonna basically put and tap this knee. I'm not really going push, I'm just gonna tap it. Because now it's weaker, I'm gonna be in the control. I'm gonna go to my shoulder, elevate, and shoot for the single legs right here. As I'm coming back, I'm gonna catch the heel as he's going to his ass, basically finish right here. I'm not on my elbow, I'm just talking to you right here. I'm gonna get off my elbow and gonna go to my shoulder and basically finish and hip in and turn it into my auto side. Easy. And I want this heel onto my wrist. So that's the first part I wanted to go over. One more time. Simple as that. This leg is up front, this one is in between the legs. You're gonna grab behind his knee, protect your elbow, and as you go to your shoulder, you tap the knee. As you tap and you create the structure, you're gonna elevate, push, and I'm gonna come here. Feed it through. I'm gonna knee pinch, lock the hands, get off my shoulder, elbow to my shoulder, and I'm gonna just nicely finish slowly. Communicate with your partner. That's the first part. Super simple. If you have any questions, we're gonna bring this leg be in front of it as well. And as I'm doing the same thing, I'm gonna tap the knee, go to my shoulder, all the same. I'm gonna add this foot. So that's, I call this mini X. I'm gonna go add this foot. I'm gonna create this frame, and I'm gonna go and I'm gonna align myself with his hips right here. As I'm here, I'm gonna switch the arms. I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna basically shoot my legs and make them to sit down. And that I'm gonna end in the honey hole. I have a two legs, press, cross ankle breaker. I'm gonna show you some different finishes from here. Look at this again. Slowly. I know it's gonna be a little bit more confusing, but as you follow the direction, you should be able to achieve that. Again, I'm gonna be up front, mini X. I'm gonna tap, go to my shoulder, align myself, and I more likely he's gonna be hands on the mat because I want that. And now I'm gonna switch, and I'm gonna shoot my hips up, and I'm gonna open my legs. I lock, and usually I'm ending with this control on my shoulder because now I can finish here. I can feed this through, get over, XY, whatever you call it, she takes everything. Anyway, from here we have a lot of different finishes. You can go estima locks, you can transition this to outside heel hook, you have a robo yell, you have different corkscrew, you have a lot of different and heel hooks. And if you work with this nasty ayoki locks, you can always feed this tree here underneath the knee, push it, release this heel onto your ribs, lock it, and ayoki lock is applied as you trap in the leg. So there's all this apply in this position. You can practice not only the entry, but you can practice different configurations and transition into your leg locks. Because if you go against some leg locker, he's gonna be able to kind of counter from there. Again, I'm here. I'm gonna tap the knee. I'm gonna bring this mini X. Go here, put him on the mat. I'm gonna switch my hands, and I'm gonna shoot my hips lock, and I'm gonna make him sit down. And that sometimes this leg go over here, no problem. I'm gonna hug, go over, feed it through. I'm gonna do this position, chill, cross ankle breaker. I can finish him right here, or just position him into my knee bar, which I'd like that. Heel my face and just hip in into position, and you can finish that. Be gentle. The knee bar coming out really fast is more sideways, so you can go over that with all the details with the hands. You want to see again? You're good. Yes. One more time. All right. I'm here. Touch, mini X, go in, boom. Feed it through, close. Wow, I'm here. All right, I'm going to the other side. Cross ankle breaker, finish, finish. Usually this leg is gonna triangle, going behind, and a lot of times I'm gonna walk my feet behind me. So I can bring my knees towards his chest, take the slack out, and that's how you control. Instead of knee pinching, you're gonna create behind. I'm gonna bring my knees to his chest. And now I can just finish him right here. Or I can basically finish him right here. All right? 1, 2, 3. Entry, if it's too hard for you, you guys don't have to go to the legs. I'm gonna go to the back. I'm gonna go here, enter, expand, boom. All right? Just to show you for the bones. No leg locks, take it back. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Cool. My name is John. I train in Tampa with Matt Arroyo, so under Rob Kahn, Maria Zamora. Really good network. We're going to go over just some butterfly guard stuff.
Alright? Yeah, you'll be good. So, the setup is everything. Like, we know all the different techniques, we went over a lot. So just kind of watch for a second what I'm doing. When they're butterfly. Okay, so as I'm engaging, strong here, here's the center. Not strong. If I go too hard in, this is where I'm going to get swept. So when I come down, whether I'm standing, just like if I'm wrestling, I want the inside ties. The same rules apply. Right? So let's count. How many points of contact do I have? I have one here, I have one here, I have one here, I have one here, one here, one here. I have like 9 points of contact. So I hold here. For him to recover, he's going to scoot back. And now he's full. Okay, I'm just going to drive him right back. So when I'm rolling, they might just keep scooting. I might just keep driving. Hold him right here. I can take him down and work all the stuff that we know, that we went over this week. But whenever I'm in butterfly, I want to bring him right here. You should feel a lot of your core, right? Yeah, uncomfortable? Yeah. So right here. So that's all we're going to do. I want you guys to get with your partner. I'll show you 2 things from there after we work on it. But whenever I engage, I'm getting inside control. You got to maximize the points of contact you have. And just get right here. Your partner give you some feedback, so they should feel really uncomfortable. If he hits an arm drag from here, he doesn't have the same power. If he hits the arm drag, I'm moving. He's behind the center, he goes for a sweep. He just doesn't have that power. So it's a really good setup for me. So again, get really here, get really comfortable in this. And we'll move on. All right, ready? 1, 2. I don't know what might happen, but if I got this, I got the head start. Okay? So from this, we'll just say, this is my junction. A couple things I can do if I hold him here. Watch this elbow and how I stand. I can start passing and hip switching. So that's our next thing we're going to do. I can turn, I can use my elbows, I can get up and use my knees. But on this side, what I'm going to do, I'm going to step, and as I back step, I switch. It'll look different when you're actually rolling. We'll work on that. And we'll go. All right, ready? 1, 2. I bring him here and I wait. You know, if he moves his hip back, you know, I can move off of that and start serving. So if I have 2 things I'm thinking about, getting him uncomfortable and maximizing my points of contact. If I keep that in mind, inside controls, I have like 9 points of contact. That's where I can start steering him. I can turn him any which way. Once I pass the knee line and I switch. If I have this going on, I can switch my hand here. And start bringing him over. But I have to be really comfortable here. I have to feel solid here. Then I can start moving. Sometimes though, you know, I'm not going to be able to stand up and turn. So the other one we're going to do, right? We're engaged this way. I'm pushing, he's pushing back. Maybe I'm trying to go this way, he's based. Sometimes we forget we can just stand up. Whether I grab up here, I'm going to get to my feet. I'm just going to go right to mount. No knee. It's like in knee. switch. When I stand, it's quick, but I'm lifting up. Again, we're used to this. We're engaging this way. I get my opportunity. I come up. I'm right in mouth. You can start to take it. But it all starts with making him really uncomfortable. Right here. All my points of contact. Okay, so now I like this underhook. I want to bring him straight up though. As I step, I need to bring my hip forward. I'm right here. I like this little shuck. You can just go down the mount. You can pass this over. You're basically taking the bet. A couple times. Questions on that? We're here.
Yeah, because you see his left, his left arm is loose. You go there, and he does that little break. No, not everything. No, just enough, not that. It's like you're gonna do almost to mouth. So you're there, you have to stick right here, and then they come like you're coming forward, and you fall right here. You know, like you drop, but you just have that knee, man.
I don't like this. Right?
No, I hate that. That's not bad. So you jump into.
Yes. That's the advanced class, though. I don't want to get into it.
No. I was just wasn't sure.
We need to pay some description, right?
So that's it. Like
I'm
you're
behind the
forward,
paywall.
and then you drop, and you fall right here. Like if you use that knee to do something, you know. So you. Like if it's something that you tried before.
Body surf, yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of this is going to change. So when he defends, good question.
Yeah, because sometimes like when I get that position and I'm like I get a little late into the party and then I'm sitting on the knee and then that's when people they start like going around my leg and then annoy the hell out of it because I'm old school, so no legs, no leg locks and stuff. But
I like to dive over the head.
Okay.
That body surf works really well.
Because you generate that space that you can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey John, what if I guess what I feel is that you're pulling me up. What if I force myself down?
If you force
it something totally different.
So if we're here and I have the tension and I feel that I'm going to step up. So if you come down, that's where all the stuff we learned this week.
Okay, so just change.
Yeah. So I'm not going to hit it all the time if you go back. Is that good? Yeah. All right, let's play with it. Ready?
It's simple. Maybe give you a little algorithm to work through before you start doing spinning 10 planet stuff. So, shin to shin. A few different ways of holding it. Some people even grab down here at their ankle, and that kind of helps you get a little extra torque shin to shin. I stopped doing it this way because there's a little space for them to get an underhook. So take that into account. I like to be here. I can keep my elbow and my ribs tight. They can't get that underhook, and I can still control him. And one of the nice things about shin to shin is as long as I've got this contact, he can't get his hips down on me. He's not going to be able to pass my guard as long as I can maintain this. I also want, ideally, to have a little angle. If I'm squared up like this, there's things he can do to unlock things. Anyway, so I'm finding an angle. I've got an arm free, I've got a leg free. I'm going to be doing different things with these. But one of the simplest things to do when you're tight, shin to shin, and you can pull on this leg, is often I'll just give him a little lean back. Oh, no, I'm not going to be a good partner. Like, you're going to keep it up. This leg comes a little bit closer to me. I just got to grab it, and I'll fall on it sometimes. Once I've got both legs, it's only a matter of time. Sometimes they fall all the way over. Sometimes I have to do a little speed stuff. I'll end up with a takedown a lot of the time. So simple. So simple. You don't need to do all kinds of crazy stuff if you can threaten this at least. So having my angle, shin, tight here, and I'm pushing pulling, just like everything in jiu-jitsu. There's a lot of push pull. Or I'm going to time it. I'm going to see what he's doing. Give a little pull. And as long as you keep your shin to shin, they can fall on your chest. You pull them, and they fall like this. As long as I'm contacting here, and even if he's trying to sink his weight back, his hips down towards me, as long as I have this, and I can grab his other leg, he can't get his hips down on me to pass my guard. Mess around with that, we'll build on it.
Doctor, you might show that one more time.
Okay, let's do it. So picking the leg, and I'll add a little bit extra detail. Sometimes it's timing to get this grip. I'm going to maintain my space, and everyone's going to need to eventually take a step towards me. I'm going to be moving, and when I see that step, then I'm here. Sometimes it's just a little pull. Easy, zero risk.
Do you always go the same direction, or does it matter which way he goes?
It's a little backwards tug. I'm not falling backwards. It's a little backwards tug, and I just want to see that foot come towards me.
I think she means which way do you take him, sir?
Sometimes it's whatever way they pull. If I'm falling this way, it's great if they keep going that way. Some guys kind of feel it and they land on you. It's okay. Keep that shin to shin. You got the other arm. You rock side to side and you see which way they're going to fall.
Always look for the place where you're going to be weaker, right, Doc?
Yeah.
We can turn all three directions. Just depends where you feel he's going to be weaker.
You'll feel it. You'll see.
Ready? Doc, they all yours.
Yeah. Ready? 1, 2. You start leaning back and they start dropping that leg backwards. Now it starts turning into personal preferences what you do, but sometimes the next simple thing is just to come up to a single leg. If they really lean backwards, okay. So, yeah, the wrestle up. So I'm here, keeping my angle on, give him a little pull, but this time he doesn't come close to me. But it's often, even if they know it's coming, it happens a lot, where it just drops right there. But now he's leaning way back, come to the single leg, however you want to do it. Wrestle up. And so, and if you guys want to start practicing timing of coming in, see it, and you can, as you're pulling it in, their leg's going to come close to you, but he's learned, he's bringing his leg back, fine. Just wrestle up, if they're going to lean way back. Questions?
Okay, money, Doc. Thank you.
Right. Try that out.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
If they kind of step really far out and I can't hit that pick, I just roll under and do all the spinny stuff. Go for leg locks, go for all the other stuff. When they go there, when they have their base spread open and there's space just to dive under there, then you can create all this stuff. There's chaos that can happen. I won't go into that because you already kind of talked a little bit about what you can do when you dive under. A situation that starts happening as guys get wise is they actually start doing a big back step. So like you try to take that kind of stuff, and now you don't have any of this stuff out here. Maybe you don't feel comfortable if they've even stepped up, you can't quite do the wrestle up. There's a few things that I kind of mess around with. The first is I'm going to kind of switch my hands, and this is going to come here. I'm going to come up to his hip. Not as high percentage as the other ones, but not everyone does this big back step. But if you're kind of ready, you're here, and you see that big back step. And you'll feel it. You'll feel the guy not wanting to have that leg out there. He's probably already hit your stuff before. You're pulling. He's really wanting to do that big back step. So I'll just do it slow one more time so you can see the pieces. One more time. And it is timing, and sometimes you're going to miss it. But as I feel that big back step happening, this leg that was out here, coming on top, switching hands to his knee here, grabbing his hip. Straighten your legs. Whatever you like to do to control. And now this works, I'll just show you little things you can think about it too. Works really good with the gi, because you can just control the sleeve. You can get wrist control, and you can be hitting him with the foot. Sometimes the original move that I showed, I can just kind of pull him forward and knock him down. The other thing that starts happening if you're able to get this wrist control with me is that same back step. They take that big back step.
Time, you're right.
So just having all these options kind of creates things, but mess around with the back step stuff.
This is awesome, Don. That's great. Thank you.
Here we go. I'm gonna show a knee cut variation. Typically, when we get into a knee cut scenario, off of head quarters, a lot of people lead with the knee, where they like to slide out like a baseball slide over top of the leg, right? Typically, when we run into issues, especially if you run into leg lockers, they like to catch 3/4, start to elevate, put your hand, the base and weight on your hands, and then so, variation that I'm going to show is that I'm doing everything the same. My hand's going to the hip, I'm keeping my elbow and my knee connected here, my hand goes to the top of the leg to start the pass. Now what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to pummel my leg, right? If you don't have the hip mobility or the leg mobility, I'm going low across the calf to push down and maintain the pin, and I'm bringing my leg over top, right? If you can, just pummel. You can shift your weight just a little bit and pummel over top. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide my entire shin across this leg in one motion. And I'm looking for the tight waist right away. I want my knee to land right next to the space and sits right here. So I'm here. I don't have the mobility. I come over top. I'm pushing like a baseball slide to see how my entire shin is one unit. Once it lands and plants next to it, I'm looking for the tight waist right away. Typically, I'll get into like what happens when he posts and stuff that I look for right when he's looking to post or hip escape right away. I just really want to focus on making sure that I clear the leg first and then push it. I'll do one at like half speed so you guys can see the difference in the angle. From here, I come over top, like the tight waist. And you see I'm already looking to collect the head, or if he starts to push, what we'll get into, I'm clearing so I can pancake him, make Adam feel like
How are you guys called that?
What's up?
How are you guys called it? The rap? Do you have any specific name? No.
Pancake.
Yeah. No, over there we
They
call
say
who's...
just don't do it to me.
No, we call who's your daddy? Because we're all looking at who's your daddy.
Do you guys have any questions? Yeah, I'll do it. So I'm here, I push, get into the position, I pin. If you're having troubles, one last detail, if you're having troubles bringing your leg up, if you shift your weight to sit, sorry, I don't mean to. If you shift your weight over, it helps lift this foot. So if you're having issues with it, I come over top, nice and easy, tight waist, and I start to look for the head. Cool. Any questions? 1, 2, 3. Any of Greg's games and ecological approach, he harps on pinning more than anything else, and then getting like chest to back, chest to chest, and all that stuff. The benefit of this is that I can maintain the pin, get to the pin really quick against the hips, and I can stay there because I'm doing a lot of weight transfers to maintain the pin all the way through. Right. So the two that I want to prioritize when I'm in this knee cut position is that my hip can't, right? My hand maintains the pin on the knee. Once I decide to shift my leg over top, my hand comes down, but I'm still maintaining the pin, right? Once I weave my leg over, now my leg takes the place of my hand. So when I'm turning this corner, or sliding, I'm leading with my shin, and the moment my leg plants, I'm pinching with my knee, my elbow, and I'm creating a wedge behind my hand. And since we're here, we're going to talk about what happens when he starts to hip escape and starts to frame. He starts to frame. If he gets on his side a little bit too quick, I'm looking for my hand, cupping the back of his tricep, shooting it down, circling my hand, I shoot it straight to his face. Maintain the wedge, both hands go flat, and I start to square up, making the jump stuff.
Yeah. Don't forget, Sheldon, the most important detail when you get in this position, look, guy, deep in the eyes, try to see his soul. Get down, that motherfucker. I'm sorry. We have ladies here, cannot say that. Look at this soul.
From here, I shift my weight, maintain the pin with my arm, go down to the hip. I lead with my shin. Once I come across, I'm pinching with my elbow, my knee, create a wedge. He posts, starts to turn hip frame. I cup the back of the tricep, and I shoot my hand straight to his face. Double palms on the back. I start to rotate over, and I say, "Who's your daddy?"
There you go.
Any questions? Ready, 1, 2, 3. I pass. He's not hip escaping, he's sitting here. I just shoot my hand straight to the side of his head to camp his spine. Right, and then I can start to play however I want, but I just want his spine out of alignment. Am I worried about him underhooking this arm, right, for an armbar or something like that? Not really, as long as I maintain my elbow down and not flaring my elbow up. Where he concedes a position, he stays kind of flat, right? If he's fighting, or I beat him, just get up on the side so I can see the who's your daddy position.
That's a good name. That's a good name. That's what we're using now.
But that's it. That's all I got.
Gotcha. Guys, big hands for So I know we are a little bit over the
Complicated. Cameron, can I borrow you for a second first?
charge me $20.
So a lot of times we'll end up in a, whether it's a failed takedown, a sprawl, a scramble, or whatever, we'll end up in a front turtle position where they're turtles and we're kind of looking for options. And there's a lot of great options to come around the side and take the back to get different things like that. But I'm old and I'm kind of slow and kind of lazy, so I don't like to do that movement that much. So what I like to do is kind of take like a harness grip in where I've got an overhook and an underhook. And so my overhook side is stopping him from driving forward a lot, and my underhook side is kind of stopping him from escaping and moving too much. So what I'll do here is on the overhook side, I put it flat, and then with my underhook side of the wrist, I'm going to grab where my watch would be. So that's an over and under. So the underhook side is on my wrist. Then I'm going to take a shift where I'm going to go knees apart, knees together to get perpendicular to my foot. And that's kind of important because at this point, I'm going to switch my hands. My bottom hand is going to simply rotate up, and I'm going to get a gable on their head. So the palm up hand is the hand I'm driving to. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to gently ask Cameron to rotate a quarter turn, and I'm going to be now in line with him again. So from perpendicular to being in line with him. So at this point, I'm going to grab the back of his head, and I'm going to push it in and wedge the underhook arm in as far as I possibly can, so I can grab my biceps and reach up and grab his back. At this point, I'm going to cook him for a minute. I'm going to take a deep breath in, and then I'm going to let it out. And finish with Darce. So it's a lot of very common stuff from a different kind of setup that gives us a different option here. So if we're not feeling like we're going to backspin or we're backstep, or maybe he's really tight and we're having trouble getting in here, we can wedge in and fight for this harness grip. And then again, knees together, knees apart, hit the side, my hands switch up to my gable. I ask him gently to turn 1/4 turn. Take your time here. Get this in as far as you can. You want him choking before you start the choke. From this point, chin, grab my bicep, find his lat, take a deep breath in to get all that room out, and then finish. Good? Anybody ever see it at a different angle? All good? Give it a shot, let me know what you think.
Guys, like, so first class I was showing like an outside pass. I was like showing the engagement to pass, controlling grips that give you the control outside, and then you're able to move the pass. And then I'll show like some ways to disengage and get to the side and bend the same pass. So what I will share with you guys today is something that you already engage, something that are sometimes like there are some misunderstanding in the, like some situations, but something that when some of my athletes they understand, changes the whole game. Okay, so it's basically like when you already engage. Okay, so like I'm inside the guard. If I'm able to disengage and choose the whale pass, great. But sometimes it's not always that I'm gonna be engaged. A lot of the times, the person, the boss, is gonna make one grip on my pants. And this became very popular because that's control the distance and allow the guy at the bottom control the distance, and he be able to make a very different transitions to the Riva hook, to one leg, you know, to a lot of different situations. In this game became very popular in the competition because very easy to control the legs, which is my balance, to break my balance, and then because there's a good advantage, also attacking the foot or sweeping, different things, right? So, one of the points that happened with everybody want to get stuck. So they always choose to jump one leg and work as the knee slides. And it works pretty good for some of the people, doesn't work that much to the other hand. So they're like it's always like a random situation. For me, it's something that I don't try that much because I'm not heavy as some of the other guys to use a lot of power to the knee to overcome the power of his leg. So my knee is not that flexible that I can go knee and underhook and then force myself to flex. So this strategy for me, even like I know I work so much for some of my athletes, is not working for everybody. So I developed something, a protocol that was helping everybody. And that's what I want to show. Okay? So once you get stuck, immediately the side that he locked me is the side I'll pass. Okay, so if he hold me here, I'm not gonna jump this, I'm not gonna go to these slides, because probably most of the time is the game that he wants me to do, and he will counter attack. So immediately I'm gonna go to this side. So what I do, so because I'm inside the guard, I'll be pushing. So I'm gonna be starting pushing his knee, sliding over my knee, and I'll be walking, because I don't want to hit back flat in the ground. I'm gonna be starting walking to pushing his knee. So his hold is, what I do, I hold one of the leg, I'm gonna start walking to this side, because it's easy for me. I force him to be the side, but I keep his foot always on my shoe. Okay, so, and then over here, my knee, I will drop my knee and touch his legs. So he's gonna keep me framing. So now he had to frame me. But his knee, his grip, he hold, but he locking himself. The thing is, if I open so much my knee and give a lot of space, he can move his knee to inside. That sometimes can be a problem. So I hold, make sure that I frame his leg in my shin. So even if he tries to move or try to do whatever with his leg, so that's the leg that I focus so much. Okay, so I'm here. So he's gonna try to escape, but I'm here. Okay? So now I'm gonna be just moving like my knees gonna be using when I touch my both knees in the ground, it's gonna break his grip. Because his grip is under his own leg. Okay? So move to the other side. So what I do, like I try to control inside the leg. So holding the grip or holding this grip. Okay, we can go to this subject in another opportunity. Okay, but what important for me is to walk to this side. I walk to this side because it's easy to walk to this side. So I keep my knees here. So his leg is not be able to change the grip. His grip, he cannot drag my leg. So everything now is about my balance. Okay, so then I have to do it like that. Then depends how it's strong in my elbow to fight. If I control inside the leg, better. Because I'm gonna go, suddenly gonna get the underhook and pass the bar. If his knee is framing, he's gonna be pushing me. Right? So then I use my hands inside, and then I'm gonna drop my knee, and then I'll be moving my pass, which is connecting me with the same position that we did before. That's why I wanna show this, because it's connected. Okay? So again, as a first position, he will choose one side, which is give me the side that should I go. So elbows inside, I start moving, passing to this side. See, small steps, control the leg. If he try to go to the one leg, he not gonna have he doesn't have how to move. If he let go the grip to do something else, so now he give me the pass. He give me the pass right away. So the moment that I make the angle, he lock himself. Okay, so I'm here, I control inside, I start moving to the side, and I control. I keep his knees open. I fight against his knee to keep his knees open. So he didn't let go of the grip. Fine. I start going to the head, I hook, and then I use both knees in the ground. Slowly his grip is gonna break, and then I'll be passing the guard. Okay, so I keep, that's the one. The next one is when he holds, I make the same position. But I have no power to keep his knees open. For some reason, he pushed me, and he came here. Okay, so I grab the lapels. Because I have to choose. Because he grabbed here, he not hold the lapel. The lapel is mine. On the other hand, go from behind, grab the bottom leg. Now it's the same thing. Both knees go, it's gonna break. And now I keep passing. Always when I lay my weight in my knees, his grip will break. Because his leg is in between. Okay, let me try. One more time. So he make the grip, he choose the side. I make the shield, I walk. You see my both legs, and that's important. I bring my leg and walk to this side. Not open that much because you don't want to be in the half guard. Okay, I want to keep stretching his leg. He will try to move the leg, I hold it, control. When I feel him control my hand, scoop the leg, the head. Then I bring him to me, stay as much as you can, and then you pass the guard. 1, 2, I'm gonna do the same position, but then for some reason his knee came here to frame it. Fine, grab the lapel, my hand goes behind, and do the same thing, both knees in the ground. When break the grip, I connect it to my pelvis. Because I have the same grip that we worked one class before. Okay?
With that hand that you're sliding through, what are you grabbing?
I grab the knee.
The knee, okay.
The knee, yes, the bottom knee. The head, one hand I have access to the lapel because he grabbing my leg. If you let go of my leg before, he give me the pass. Okay, let's go.
You were saying, let's work the same on the same subject. So look, he has my leg, right? So Leo said everything, so it would be hard for me to get the distance. If in any moment he let go, it will be like easier for me. So most of the times he's gonna be holding my lapel, right, to break my posture. So he's gonna be, I have to deal with this, right? First, I need to deal with what's like bothering me, which is this leg, this foot, and this foot, right? So first, I want to kill the De La Riva. So if I try to do this, bend my leg, I'll give you more angle for him, right? And at first, like Leo said, I always need to be inside the guard. But let's say if he has the foot already, so my knees needs to be out, right? So make sure that you point your knee out. And now keep the hook really tight. So look, I just straight my leg, keep the hook, right? So just the angle will be hard for him. So look, if I bend, really good for him. From here, he will start making me out of balance, go to like beating ball, and they're like, yeah, that's gonna change everything. So I like to be one step ahead. If I do this, now I'm one step behind, right? So look, I try to open, he's break my posture. So look, I straight my leg, boom, I break I'll take the hook out. Let's say somebody with really long legs, when you do this, they still have like a little bit the foot, you can just push and now try to do it again. He can't. Look, I don't need to make a grip, just to keep pushing down, right? So now, this foot, he has like on my leg, so if I try to push down, don't let me push down. Look, he has a strong leg here, I can't control. So what I do, I just step out to make his foot disconnect off my leg. So look, now will be really easy, don't let me push down. So you see, he doesn't have where to post, so it will be easy for me to step over. Now I have the good position, right? If in any moment he let go my leg, boom, I can just kick my leg out, then I do the X-pass, right? But he has my leg, I know he's not gonna let go. So what I'm gonna do in this situation here, like Leah was saying, you wanna force this pass for this side. So look, I'm gonna push, right? His leg here is gonna be really tight. Because if he relax and I do this, it will be too easy, so he knows that. So yes, he's gonna be framing like this. Don't lift your hip, otherwise you're gonna put the foot again, then you have to do again. As soon as you do everything, just make sure that you drop your hip. I try to put. Exactly, see how I have the control? Now I have the lapel, I have the knee. See how I push and give to my elbow. Once I have the situation here, now I'm gonna pull his hip to me, and now I aim my knee, like similar of Leo said, to the mat. You see? He's gonna let go of his grip, and he has to let go. If he kicks, it's fine. But now, I go here, I sprawl, and just sprawl on the legs, right? Sprawl on the hip, right? The whole thing here of the position is what? We learn how to use our weight in one spot, which would be here, right? Not the knee, not the hip, but in the middle of the leg. And you have to feel your hip bone, kind of like hurting him here, right? So look, as soon as I get this position, I'm not gonna stop, I just stop for you guys to understand. So look, so I push, I control, boom. Now you see, imagine that you are in a push-up position, and you slightly turn your head. See? Okay, so now, this hand, 4 fingers behind his neck, the other one, I have his lapel, and I open here, I close my elbow, you see my posture here, my knee out of the mat here. Of course, you can just let your leg on the mat, but no weight on the leg. If you put weight, you lose the pressure. If you sprawl, look, imagine that you are playing, taking off, right? Most of the time here, you're gonna be pushing my neck with this hand. Yes, exactly. That's gonna be real because he's trying to create space. Work. So now look, I push his calf, his heel, and walk my leg. I push his calf, short step, push, walk, push, walk. You see like little ones. Don't try to be like too fast. And you see like I'm pushing the calf with the heel. So now you see how I approach his heel on his face. That's the idea. So now I hide my knee, right? A lot of people hide the hook here, but then you can give space for him to use the hook as well. So you can find the hook my leg exactly. Great space, that's it. But if you hide your, you fight it against, if you use your knees and you have to fight against your knees, try to do the same thing. You can. See, my knees, my foot out of the mat. Now, close my elbow, and you see when I move, my hips connect with his hip. So I use my hip as a grip. See how I pull him to me, and then boom. Now I pass. As soon as I pass, I let go the lapel, and I connect the underhook. So you see, I see a lot of people when they get in that position, they let go the underhook to go through the traditional side control. But we have such a great control here with both underhooks, so you don't need to let go. From here, we can just knee on the belly, pull down, and we have the double underhook. And we go straight to the armbar and get the submission. Of course, if you want, you can finish. I didn't show you many details here, but just for you to understand why I like to control so much this side, because every time, it's not just about one technique, but how you connect the pass with the side control and with the mount and the submission. Feels like one position, but you can connect everything from the pass. You know what I mean? So, of course, you can start here in the position, but let's start from here. So my opponent has this because, exactly. So what do you want to what? Always when you pass in somebody's guard, you always want to pass. Imagine it like you're working like the legs of the clock. So if he's playing guard and you let he push you, so you see, you're not facing your opponent. So now you're behind because you're meeting at that. So always, you see how he has the side of my knee, that pressure here. That's this hook is for. Because let's say if he goes to a beating ball or something, you see, he made me turn, my knee's in. But once I have this position, look, my toe, my foot open, try to do the same thing. See? Try. I can just pull and then in the guard, like Leo said, or in any moment, you see the distance that I create and step out. He's like, he's still controlling. Then I step in. Lapel, knee, one, then hip. Okay, Buchecha, why you control the hip? Because sometimes when you get this position, if you don't control the hip, he might put the, or like this, or most of the times he's gonna put the foot on the mat and skip the hip. Yes, exactly. So once you do this, do again. So he can. Yeah. So you see, I have strong situation here, slightly turn, right? You don't need to turn too much. But look, push your position, slightly turn. You see, I barely turn my shoulder, just my hip. So look, 1, 2, 1, 2. Why I do this? Because I want to fold in him. If I don't control this lapel, he's going to straighten his back. Yes, you know what I mean? So I push and I don't pull, he's straighten the back. So he's going to be rolling the whole time. So I kick, and I'll do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And then, oh look, it's really important too. When I have this situation, if he's stay like sideways, he's uncomfortable, but not much. If you really want to make your opponent, your friend, suffer, so look, connect your shoulder in his armpit and then flatten him out. So now, you see when the voice changes, that's good. If he's like, no, but if he's like changing the voice because you have a good impression, like you stretching him. You know, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, try to swim. Try. Exactly. And then, hide the knee, not the foot. Is that wrong? It's not wrong. If it works, okay. But you might give him a chance. I don't want to give him a chance. And then, pass, underhook, open the elbows, and then in the band and finishing the armbar, right? A lot of people ask me about this position. That's my favorite pass, and that's what I did the most in my career. But it's not just the technique itself, but the idea behind it. Once I get this position here, I'm not rushed. I'm making him suffer. I want to take his soul here. Because like, let's say, try to escape. Keep trying. You see how hard he's working on, like controlling. Look, he's tired already. Imagine in a fight, in a real situation, he's working so hard and I'm controlling. A lot of times if I want to break his head, his mind, look, I switch sides, I let him replace. I go to the mount. So look, but I don't really have the mount. So what's the first lesson you do when somebody mounts on you? Escape. Boom, he hit escape, he gives me back. So I take all his energy and sooner or later he's gonna break, right? And then when I pass, boom, he's tired. So most of the times, boom, I go straight, you see, double underhook, and straight to the armbar. So in that position I did the most in my career, but that was the idea behind it. It's not about speed, about, making him work hard. When the opponent's working hard, you're gonna make him tired. When you're making him tired, most likely you're gonna get what you want, which is the pass, the back take, or the armbar. In my opinion, the armbar, after he pushed so much, will be much easier. Imagine after you do like 10, 20 bench press, push-ups, and then you still have to fight. That's the idea. That's why I'm making him believe he's almost getting out, but he doesn't. He's almost out, but he doesn't. That's the idea. So no rush. This is nice and slow. Make your friend suffer as much as you can. Show him some love. You understand? Yes, sir. Everybody got his mom?
Sure. Is that why do you like the grip on the lapel and with the underhook just so he can't get that shoulder to the mat?
No, because in this situation, you don't want to give the underhook. The underhook will be like the best way out for him. But once you get this, he doesn't have anything, you know. If I have the underhook in him, if the bottom person has the underhook, it might have a chance. Still not like the best, but the idea is, let's say, if somebody's doing that position on me, I always, when I'm fighting, when I'm training, I try to be one step ahead of my opponent. So I try to think, okay, what I would do in that situation? Okay, somebody do that on me. I would try to push, come up on my elbow, hand, and just like technique stand up, right? But because you have this, I can't come up on the elbow. So this is out.
I meant the lapel behind the back.
No, that's what I'm saying, you know, I mean, so this one, so because you can't, or I would try to push you and then, boom, you use the frame. Because you have this, I can't. Or I would try to underhook, but because you have the lapel, I can't, you know what I mean? So the most, like the easiest situation for me to get out would be what? Straight my head, boom, and get the Halfguard. But then you're gonna feel everything, so you know what I mean? So that's gonna be the idea behind, you understand? Everybody got it? So look, this one, it's not about speed. It's nice and slow, make your opponent suffer. You see when I say, it's uncomfortable. When the voice changes, that because you're doing the right spot. So ask your opponent, is that head? Oh no, move. The idea is right here, in the middle of the leg. Not on the knee, not on the hip. And one thing that helps a lot, so let's say, look, I'm gonna put my weight on the hip. Is that heavy? No. Is that heavy? No. And about now? And about now?
Less.
You know what I mean? But when you're not in the right spot and you wanna go to the right spot, don't try to drag your hip. It's fine for you. Put the hands on the mat, disconnect and connect. You know what I mean? So if you just try to drag, you roll the leg. And it's better for you, like, just lift the hip and find a new spot. Lift the hip and find a new spot. Until, like, am I heavy now? No. So look, I'm here, I'm not heavy. So look, I don't need the hands on the mat, but you see how it's connected here? And about now? Yes. See the difference? Okay, everybody got this one?
I learned a couple chokes recently that have been really high percentage for me that I hadn't seen before. Jeff Howe and his brother Chris Howe came through, and we have some of his students around, so they've probably seen this, but it was kind of a cool variation. So go ahead and turtle. So we can turn him over, we can use the lapel, reach in here, and I can turn him, and I can kind of bring him toward his back heel or over the front shoulder, whichever you can kind of get. And I'm grabbing low on his belly here. I yank him here, and I have to stay nice and close. Chest to shoulder so he doesn't flip. I'll just get away too. And I'm gonna slide that hand up the lapel. We're attacking this with the top arm, which usually people are so worried about getting under the head, but not so much over and under that arm. If he tries to flee to turtle, you can push on the back of the head and it'll stop him from turning over, which is nice for bigger people. And then when you're ready for the choke, we're gonna shove the shoulder in, walk with your head, and then we can put our knee up to kind of pin the hip, and I can drive with my knee and squeeze. So you got a head and arm choke with the lapel on the bottom and kind of your hand on the bottom. Everyone's over there. Okay, let's do one more time. So here, we're gonna flip. You can be in tech mount, but I'm finding I don't need the hooking at all. So
how high up on the collar are you grabbing right now?
right now, pretty low.
Pretty low.
Pretty low. So more of a hip grab, and you can grab the hip too. If it's no gi, you can grab the hip, but showed it with the lapel, so you can just slide up, which is nice. You don't have to find that grip, and they're not protecting the collar. So here, bumping back. Gotta keep here. I made this mistake yesterday with a dude. He got his shoulder flat, but here, slide up, And then again, if he goes to turtle, this is the kind of weird, you can just frame on the back of the head and it puts his spine out of alignment and he can't turn over. And then shove the shoulder, head nice and close, got the wrist on the bottom, the shoulder on top, here, and I'm gonna squeeze. If you have really long arms, you have to make sure you soak up the space here. So you're gonna have to come around and you're probably gonna have to almost like gable grip with your hand. You can keep the lapel, but you're gonna have to really compress your arm to get that good contact with the shoulder. And finding some people with long arms are ending up cranking their partner instead of, so just make everything nice and small.
Can I see the head push?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, Andy. So he tries to turn to turtle. He'll have people try to go back over and maybe roll you, right? So I'm blocking his shoulder with my chest and driving in so he can't turn toward me. Then as he tries to go away, I push his head down. And you're like, why does that work? I don't know, it hurts though. When you try to turn, you're like, I'm not gonna do that. It's just your spine's not in the right place to turn over. So let's give that a try, guys. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
A little more efficiency. So I start my half guard here, where I'm up high, I'm sitting on his knees, and my knees pinch on either side of his hip. I'm going to do a reverse seated pass. So my elbow goes on his hip, I grab the pants at the knee, I make sure that my knee stays in his hip, and I turn here to stretch him out. Now I'm going to pull this leg towards me, and when I step over, okay, I'm going to figure 4 and sit on his legs. Okay, can you bump me? Can you turn? No. So look, now I have an easier time of getting that first collar grip, right? If I'm just sitting on his waist, anytime I go for the grip, he's gonna bump and I'm gonna have to base. So I reach, I slide up, I grab the other side, I shake, and there's the finish. Okay, so from the high guard or the half guard here, right? And with this, I can adjust this by changing my angle to make it worse, right? The more I pressure this knee into his hip, the more difficult time he has in the half guard. Okay, so I keep working it here. When I'm ready, I put my elbow on his hip. That ensures that my body weight stays over his hips. Because if I go to his chest, he's going to be able to move me. So I'm staying on his midsection. So when I sit, that knee stays in the hip and I stretch him out. I'm comfortable, right? I'm going to pull this towards me. My leg steps, and that's when I feed in figure 4 and I flatten him out. And I'm sitting. I'm not going to lean forward. I want to keep all my weight just above his knees. If he sits up, it makes it worse, and it brings the collar closer. So look, I'm here. I get that first grip in, whereas it's difficult if I'm sitting on him. So I put weight on my forearm, and I slide forward. I bypass the midsection. I go up high in his chest. So I stay away from the motor that'll bump me. I grab a cross collar, give a quick shake to seat the arms, and I bring my head down to the same side as my top hand. Okay? So it's a modified half guard where my feet are crossed and I'm close and I'm controlling one hip. Okay, I squeeze tight. I sit, keeping the knee in the hip, pull, figure 4, choke, slide forward. Okay? Clap.
I've been doing a lot of like pressure passes at the deckers lately, and I find that being small in stature, when I'm going against longer opponents, I'm having an issue clearing the leg if I don't break my hip. So guys will know when I was breaking my hip, so they will do something else. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna break my hip anymore. I'm just gonna sack you now. So we'll start here. I'm gonna collect to start my pressure pass. I'm gonna open, go over, and I'm cutting a corner here, okay? I'm going from the front, cutting a corner, setting myself up to do a pressure pass. So every time I would try to load down, they would stretch their leg and like just follow me with their legs. So it was actually getting really hard to pass. So I just started putting my ankles underneath.
Old knee bar.
And a little old knee bar.
Yeah.
Okay, so here, open, cut the corner, load. Hand goes underneath, I grab the belt. As soon as I lower and start to pass, they stretch their leg. I'm like, okay. Collect under with my heel. The other one goes under. My belly's right above his kneecap, and I just pressure down. Simple enough?
Yes, sir.
Questions?
Are you circling back at all? This is like staying out at that 45.
I can come back into the center, yeah. Yeah. Because if I go to the 45, I might turn the knee sideways, right? So if I come back, the knee's gonna stay out, so I do come back.
Thank you.
Yep, great question.
What do you mean by breaking your hip?
If I'm lazy or the guy's too tall, sometimes they even follow me, right? I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna go for a knee bar there.
You should call that breaking your ribs. No, it's great pressure though. That's breaking it. When he breaks his hip, he really gets that shoulder in the ribs. That's great.
Good?
Yes.
You want to
You want to do it one more time? You want to do it one more time?
So here, I start. I can also put my hand on the foot to clear this and go over. Or just here, lift my leg slightly, cut the angle to the side. So now I'm not in front of him anymore. I start my calf, right? I start to go down. If he stretches the leg, good. Alright? Bring him onto the grip. Right? The knee's either going to drive this way, right? We can turn the knee, or the knee's going to stay this way. In this case, if the knee goes this way, all I have to do is break my hip to that side. Here, I saw some of the guys doing it. Here, boom, pass, grab, and I'm holding onto the hip. I don't want the hip to move away from me. I'm holding onto it. I'm gonna stop my pass. He stretched the leg, I get it. I can go straight up if the knee's pointing up, right? But if I'm trying to, he points the knee sideways, I don't have that straight up angle anymore. Turn myself. I just broke my hip to the side and get a different angle, okay? To the side, yes. Put it underneath and get a different angle this way here now. So now I'm going here.
Professor, I'm not getting any shoulder pressure at all when I'm doing it. Can you talk a little bit about how you're getting that in?
So the shoulder pressure for the pressure pass, the way I feel like it works the best for me is I'm pushing my arm as deep as I can in here. I'm pushing my arm as deep as I can, and I want my ear as close as I can to his hip. Okay? Here and here. If I want more pressure, all I have to do is lift my hip, right? Then I have more pressure. But I'm staying here, and as long as it doesn't move around, it's not a pain pressure. It's like it's something that I want him to stay here. Okay? Okay. If I want more pressure, lift my hip, and I'll drive down into it. But I like to drive my hand as deep as I can, so the top of my shoulder is going to be right on the hip here, and my ear is touching as close as I can to the hip as well. That's how I can generate a little bit more pressure.
Thank you.
Rear naked choke. So, do we all know this one where I go here, he chases it, I go here, and they get it? Okay, so a lot of times when we do that, if we're in a tournament or something like that, we focus on getting that position, getting the 4 points. But if we just think ahead just a little bit, I think we can increase the chance of submission with less of a fight from this guy. So boom, we go for it, and this works for any time you transition to the back. Just this thought, because it's more of a thought, right? Think it ahead. So boom, we go here. So when I go for this, when I pull them on, at the same time, I let go of this hand and go for the choke. Or sorry, at the same time, as I go here, I use this hand. At the same time, I already shoot it. And that relieves any kind of fight that, hand fighting and stuff like that, just so you can get ahead of them. So just think of that. That's the first detail. Where you're shooting that hand at the same time as the transition, rather than getting the position and then hand fighting and winning the hand fighting, getting it. It'll help you get to the finish line first. The second part is, again, thinking ahead. So let's say we go for it, boom, we get the transition, right? And he knows, oh, he's going for my back, he's going for the choke. Let's anticipate his first defense. So we all know, actually here's a top is, if I get this, what's typically the first thing he tries to defend? Yeah, so a lot of times he'll grab my thumb right here. That's kind of the best, most effective. If we know that, we can get ahead of them. So let's say we're from here, we're transitioning, we go for it, we know it's coming. Hurry up, let go here, and push this. We know it's coming. And now he doesn't have any defense here. If you can successfully block this. Even if he kind of gets it up here, we're ahead of him with the fight. And that'll increase our chances of finishing the choke here. So if you remember those two things, again, it's like a matter of kind of thinking ahead, you know, and defending the defense before he can launch the defense. And I think that'll help increase the chances. That's it.
Attacking the defense.
Yeah, before he launches it. Yeah. Usually that's it. Any questions?
Yeah, you prefer to let go of the gift wrap end to choke with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right in the transition. I think that a lot of times I found that that's like when you're kind of in a way not expecting it. You know?
Okay.
You guys say it one more time.
Yeah. So actually, we'll go through kind of the whole sequence. So from out this, I do some nose though. So go here, they defend, move the chest here, gift wrap. Go under here, boom, kind of push them a little bit. As I transition, that's when I let go and go for the choke ready. Boom. I know he's gonna defend it, just so you can see. Boom, I shoot it, I know he's gonna defend. Boom. And look, like the choke is kind of halfway in. Yeah. But again, it's less of like a new move. It's just kind of thinking ahead. So you kind of catch him off guard on one, and when he scrambles to get it, you know the second defense is coming. You catch him off guard again, and the choke is surprisingly. Oh, you're ahead of him surprisingly usually.
In the opposite directions, legs are usually longer and stronger. That's about it. You know, the hips are the same as the shoulder. So all the principles of arm lock to the shoulder is something similar to that with the hip. All the things we think about elbow, there's something common with the knee, most of the time. The thumb, the big toe, the heel, the wrist, you can say wrist with a palm, okay, whatever. The pinky toe, pinky finger, you know, there's a lot of combinations, there's opposite directions. And so if you look at it like that, there's a lot of combinations, a lot of possibilities to compare the arms and the legs. Since we're higher level here, we can actually go straight to something a little more advanced. Now in the process of doing leg locks, there's something I call closed circuit, which means my feet are crossed around your hips. 50-50, 4-11, there's like two other situations. Like open circuit, which I use a lot too. I don't know if we'll do that today, means my feet are not crossed. Okay, come here please. For instance, and I've won for like 50% of my matches with both. Okay? For instance, in the guard, it said, if I was to go here, that's open circuit, my feet are not crossed. I can also pass from here really well. There's a lot of options for open circuit. Closed circuit though is harder to escape. 50-50, let's see. Locked here. All right, we'll look at some principles, some of my foundation. Some of this to make it more effective, okay? We'll look at how to get a heel look from here. 50-50 to start with. Let's go this side. In 2003, like, okay, no one showed this to me, but I'm sure someone was doing it before me. I know for sure in Japan and Russia they were doing this. They didn't really call it, I don't know what it was called back then, okay? But what I did in Brazil, like no one really knew it. And my opponent, even my opponent, who I beat, he's a Liborio guy, he's very good. He looks, you can see that he didn't know what the hell was going on here, okay? So go ahead, let's start with find the legs. This is the typical start position, okay? Now you see it's closed circuit because I'm blocked around his hips, okay? You really can't turn out of this, it's very hard, okay? But you're kind of committed. There's not a whole lot of passes from here. There's a few, but it's not the same as open circuit, okay? Everything has its benefit. So actually, half my game is passing, half my game is going for legs. If you have a good guard, I'll attack your legs for sure. If you hide your feet from me, I'll pass your guard. You know, that's how I do it. Okay? And I pass people's guard who have really, like, I won't, say names, but like, who have really high-level guards in the world. I pass the guard kind of easy. People say, how is that so easy? I say, well, because he probably hid his legs from me. Okay. All right. So now, let's look at one way just to open the legs here. This is a simple way. It's powerful. It is a sucker move. It works on someone about 2 times, maybe once, maybe 3 times. Okay, it depends on the person. Okay. I'm simply going to put my hand on the knee, and I'm just going to push. So I do this motion. I just push. But if my hips move, I push hard, okay? So the power of my hips moving away combined with the pushing, it's just a surprise. People are not expecting this. It's so simple. Who's seen this before? I don't know where you've seen it. I swear, I know how it's me. I'll get everyone. It's one of my secrets, okay? So you can say this for a rainy day, or you can do it to your best training partner and get them one time, okay? But people are gonna learn. All I have to do is anticipate it, or flex his leg, or grab his foot, grab your foot with your left hand. That'll stop it. But really, think about it. He has to know that, you know, or just flex your knee real hard. Yeah, if he knows it's coming, really. But think about this. Yeah, but he knows now, okay? No one's expecting this. And then simply just push, and then we're gonna fall off the heel. And I'll see how you do the heel naturally yourselves. I'm doing it correctly right now, how I teach it. But I want to see how you naturally put this on. Sticking. I'm gonna move my hips this way and I push, shrug. And I fall off your heel. And I'll see how you finish. Nice. And please understand, we're not white belts. We need to feel tension. Also in training, there you go. Don't finish this. Don't hurt your training partner. I don't have a bad reputation for hurting people in training or in matches, okay? So please understand, it's who you train with and how you train that's more important than what you train, right? If I know what I'm doing, my partner knows what he's doing, you know, it's not that bad if I understand how you see it, okay? So I want you to see how to open the guard this way, a 50-50 guard, 50-50 situation, and let's see how you naturally do a heel look, and I'll put a little 2 cents adjustment from there. Questions? Once, let's go. Check it out. Do that over your stick. Put it on me. You know what I mean? Push. It's already hard because my foot's on the ground. So there's no reason I could feel like this. Everyone does that. Everyone here did. A couple you were like this. A couple you were like, you know, whatever. But I'm saying it's normal because that's the position people visualize. Okay? Make sense? I don't really know why you need to have your foot there. Is there a real reason? I feel like also watch this. Open your legs and turn into the mat. Open. Training back, yeah. Boom, give someone escape a little, there's more space, okay? So I think it's even better just to kind of hide your knee, your foot behind the back. It's real subtle. And people won't notice a little bit like this. It feels weird, but they won't see it. Okay, you see what I'm doing? It's subtle. This by the way already kind of stops that last move. But no one does this. Now that's one reason I do it, but mostly it's just annoying. It's hidden. It's hard to open my legs, it's hard to slip out. And I missed this deco. It's a weird problem I have in competition. I swear no one has this. I don't know anyone who has the same problem. My opponents, before our matches, they put Vaseline on their ankles. It's really annoying, you know. So anyways, because they're slippery, like I need to have this kind of like these kind of countermeasures in the place where they can't move this. Okay? Also, how do we got the leg? Okay? So it's just subtly, just try that out. Don't force it on yourself. Just a tactic to make yourself, let's say, a little less seen by the opponent, okay? Now, all right, open this. Now watch this. I'm gonna now face. First of all, when I finish the heel look, my legs go straight here. Frame to the hip. Just to finish the leg. I don't hang out like this normally, right? Too much space. So if you'll do it, it's not wrong, I just don't prefer to. When I turn, and I have this, I straighten my legs to the ribs, okay? So once here, I open it, I straighten the legs to the ribs, I get across like this. Get across like this. It's funny. Go for the heel. People think there's a heel look. Go. Nothing at all. Well, I got the real heel. So I swear I'll do this on purpose, and they'll think there's a heel look. There's not. Okay. I want to have this now. This hand's on top. Yes. The most important thing, which I see about half you making a mistake, around that, which is great because that blue belt, purple belt, 95% make a mistake or more. Okay. So I want to make sure, I'm going to exaggerate the mistake. No one's doing this bad, okay? No one's doing that. It has to be by the wrist, okay? If it's here, it's better, but he's fastening on his ankle. So let's say he slips, okay? You have by your wrist. Now put it down, stop, okay? And I want my knee facing this angle. Lock your hands here. Look at that, now he's in big trouble. Of course you trust me. You gotta trust your training partner because you're very vulnerable right now. Like if I get very angry at Aiko, get very angry, I'm angry at him, you know what I'm saying? I have a bad day, a dream, I don't know, a bad mood, I don't know, I'm angry, okay. Yeah, it's just, that's not funny, dude. All right, now how do I finish it? If I turn, watch this, it slips. Not always, it can. Okay? So I turn to get it, I'm angled here. How I finish it is, I'm not saying don't turn. What I'm saying is I don't pivot. What I do is I fall away from my shoulder and I'm turning. Very subtle. Tension. Mind, the wrist. Okay. Now, if you just turn, it slips. You might slip, right? Let it fall away. If you fall away, it turns. It's it. Okay. So I turn to get it. It's just boom, got him. And then I fall away. Yeah, it's already going. Okay. So I fall like this. I am turning, yes. Okay. And my hips keep moving here. It's just done. Okay. Last time. I open this. There's other ways to open the next two. My feet straighten, cross, turn, and I get by the heel. That's the most important part. The wrist is by the ankle or the heel. Okay. Fall away and turn. Questions?
The leg on the outside goes on top when you close?
On the outside?
Yes.
Yeah. Because the thing is, people will teach. I'll teach this because if I do to Jeff, he looks at illegal. I beat one or two. I won't say their names. You know, I could say a few names, but let's say.
I think you should.
Famous guys that train I do to Jeff, which I respect. But I swear here, there's a move called the shoelace lock, where just correct. Yeah, that's legal, and that's better than a straight foot lock. It's better. So people go out to avoid that. They'll give the heel hook. You know, but it's Abu Dhabi, and I get the heel hook. Okay. So by the way, here how I stop the shoelace lock is I keep my toes go there. Go. Yeah, that's more. Now I don't let him get inside the toes. But even if he has that, if I have the heel, I'm gonna win anyways. It doesn't matter. Okay. So I know people teach this. I know. And I believe it's because heel hooks are illegal. I believe that's the reason. I don't know. I've never asked anyone, like, I don't know why you would do that, okay?
It was because of the heel hooks?
Yeah.
But now it's illegal for the black toes to hook.
So I would definitely hide this, but make sure your toes are not apart, they're together.
So you kind of overlap.
Yes. So you can't, go inside and get it to my toes. That's my toes. Let's see, a minute. Yeah, he has 2 minutes to do it, maybe, but like it's really hard. I get the heel and I finish, okay? So that's why for sure I'm not like this. Right? Other questions? Nice and easy, of course, with pressure, tap, go slow. 1, 2, 1, 2. Marcus Berry, Ricardo Rona, it was just crazy. Mark Kerr, teaching all these mats, 7 mats. Anyways, this is what I talk about mostly black belts. Okay? The idea is that any move has what I call the snap to punch. There's a way to twist your legs in a triangle, that's the snap. There's a way to grab the thumb and arm lock that locks it in correctly. Okay? For a kimura, you do this to snap it in. Okay? Well, when I get the heel, it's going to be the same thing as the kimura. Look at my wrist. Now, if I do it all correctly, you don't need the snap a bunch, but it makes it way more effective. It's just simply this. You know, already, it's so simple that like most black belts don't know about this. It's just unnecessary now from this move. Okay, it's just this. So if I fall away without the snap a bunch, he feels it. Okay? But if I do this and I go, it gives you that advantage. Okay? That's all it is. The reason I call the snap the punch because I was the punch act on the shoulder. Not turning my shoulders, not my hips. Just if I had like nothing on the end of it, it would be weak. If I just have a snap, it doesn't mean the sound snap. It just means impact. And that would, that goes tough, but that would bust your nose. You don't want it like that. It's just my arm. It's just my arm, not my shoulder. It's just my arm. I didn't do my hips. Nothing. You wouldn't like that on your pretty nose. Now, if you kick, there's a way that your shin goes through the opponent. You don't just touch the leg, right? That's what I mean, the snap. Okay? In Portuguese, to be a força de impacto, the force of the impact. That's how you would say it in Portuguese. I've taught it in Portuguese. I talk in different languages would be different, something else. Okay. So in this case, for the same move, I just simply, if the other hand's on top, doesn't work, right? So I have the correct hand on top, and just add this little detail. You'll see it makes it twice as effective, probably. It's not more important than everything else. The other things are prerequisites. But if you do this on top of it, it gives that advantage. Okay, questions? Yeah.
When he's applying that to you, where do you feel it the most pressure? Is it the whole knee or is it?
Usually it's in the knee. Depends on the person. It's like the cliche, but it's a true thing. The weakest, the chain is link strongest is weakest link. So if you have very strong knee and your ankle is really brittle, you might feel it in your ankle. I mean, it's like probably 5-10% of people. Also, if you're a little lower, a little higher. But if you turn sooner or a little later, but usually it's the knee. And it's a bad injury, real bad injury. It's usually inside your meniscus or your medial, whatever. MCL, yeah, one of those things. Could be your ACL too, could be. So, so that's too, leg locks. By the time you feel the pain, it's sometimes close to an injury. So that's one thing I definitely agree with the old timers about. They're dangerous, yeah, but they're important to learn, right? And so we remember Narit. Narit's not trained for long. Narit, my only female black belt, she made guys, like, sometimes a guy come and try to be a bully, she's good with leg locks. She'll leg lock them good. Like but they can't stop her, you know. So it's like it's a problem for anyone once you have it, because your whole body versus that little ligament. It's very powerful, and then of course they can't chase you afterwards either. But that makes sense. All right, so usually it's your knee, and if someone's resistant to this type of leg lock, they're just born with very flexible joints. Eventually, it can still break. I've seen it happen to some people. Even my friend Vinny Magalhaes, you know, Magalhaes, yeah, exactly. Like yeah, but he's very resistant to helix, you know. Like if I even got him, he won't tap to me, but then finally with Craig Jones, just broke eventually. So even if you're blessed with very strong tendons, eventually there's a amount of force that it could break it. Okay? So this makes it more efficient. This little idea to snap the punch. Let's try it out for a few minutes, and we'll do one more thing over the 411. Then we'll have questions. Then Echo is going to show us some cool escapes. 1, 2, 1, 2. It was in 2003 I won with us 50-50. It was a really good day for me. You know, I was absolute champion. The guy I beat in the final was a very tough fight, Hunter Ferreira from Brazil. But when I did 50-50, you could see on his face, he's like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, he had no idea what was going on. It was just something that was a system that he wasn't aware of. He's a very good opponent. He beat Fabrice Verdun 8-0. He beat Jean Gilbert by arm lock. He beat Computer Medeiros by guillotine. This is really good, okay? Trust me. But you can see he didn't know what this was. You can see in his face, he's really confused and he tapped, okay? But after a few years, everyone knew what 50-50 was. It was called 50-50 guard, actually. When I did it, it was called porcaria, which means bullshit. We're not happy, I swear. That's nice.
Porcaria?
No, trust me, like in Brazil, they're kind of like, this is bullshit, this America is, and just, to me, it worked. It's like arm lock triangle. It's like, which one's better? Well, different times, different move, you know? So then I had this move called 411. I held it as my trump card. I'm like, let's keep that secret, you know? 8 years. And I did a good job because I faced Rodolfo Vieira. 8 years later, I'm not in my prime anymore. He's in his prime. He was #1 absolute champion in the world, and he's 21. And I was like, I have a trump card. I'll play it right here. One time I'll play this card, because once I play this card, people are gonna know what this move is, and I was right. Now it's a mainstay submission. Once again, I'm not the first human in history to do this, but no one taught us to. Okay? So with Vieira, I was cross-side here. This whole situation, how did I get here on Vieira? It's a whole different shit. That's a whole different story, okay? But I got here on him. Now the thing is, if I was to take my weight off him and he stayed there, I mean, that's not realistic. He's gonna move, okay? If it's a wrestler, he's gonna go to the stomach. If he goes to the stomach, I'll get the back. I have good back attacks too. I don't just attack legs. Okay? Plus, a jiu-jitsu guy won't do that. It's points, and you know, it's not smart. When I do this, it's a little bit of I'm giving a little space where he's gonna fill the space to put me in the guard. As he faces me, I'm just gonna replace my legs. It's funny. He put his legs in the shape of a leg walking away, right? In that moment, he tried to face me, put me in guard. He put his leg in the shape of this leg walk. If I was to figure a way to conform my body around that at the right time, he put himself in his own submission, right? It's like when someone, they're in the triangle, they posture up, they leave their arm. Well, they gave me an arm lock for free. If you conform your body around that arm, it's almost like, you know, they gave it to you for free, okay? So in this case, I'm here. I'm gonna sit, watch out, I'm sitting like this. Just for a second, I'll stay. I sit, as you put it, and I just bring my leg around. And if it gets here, you lose it, okay? You'll make sure the knee's above. And this is just like 50-50, but it's harder to defend, and it's a little more damaging, and he has no counter for this. There's ways to escape this, but he's really stuck here, okay? And of course from here, same thing, grab, nice and easy. Once again. The way I get leg locks primarily is passing someone's guard, or giving them as they're replacing the guard on me. It's usually the two ways I get those leg locks. Okay. So here, if I sit, I just bring my leg over, I catch it right over. My knee should be facing my opponent. It should not be here. Sloppy, old-fashioned. I get the bang. Same thing. And that was a good day. I won that match. And boys, Abu Dhabi checking in that day. I'm sure the next opponent was like, fucking this old man submitted roll over here. That's got to be in your head, you know, when you're facing me in the next. But the next guy, I won to by leg lock as well. And this is just, and I was right now, it's a mainstay. It's one of the 4 closed circuit situations. There's 2 others which we didn't go over today. And I'd suggest, by the way, you develop your open circuit skills where you don't have to cross your legs. You have more options from there as well. Okay, questions on this? So let's look at the holds. Yeah, what's up?
Do you do the little
The snap of the punch?
Yes.
Yeah, that's optional, by the way. Once, if I had this correct, you don't need the snap of the punch. You just make it's a little advantage. Let's say he had my heel, I had his heel at the same time. There would be important. So it's not. It's an extra thing. It's not the most important.
A little turbo.
It makes it more powerful, but you don't need a lot of power from this situation because it's pretty much done. Okay. What's the question? Yeah.
When you're controlling that knee, are you extending like you were before? Are you flaring, like opening wide, or are you pinching your knees more?
Yeah, even the last situation, I don't extend so much. Just last. I don't really extend. I just frame his ribs. Okay. And what I do with I just separate his. I just go away. I don't push so much. I keep him there.
Are you still pinching?
Yeah, I keep him there to the ground. Okay? I'm doing this to the ground. I'm not doing that.
Gotcha.
I'm anchoring to the ground, but I'm shaped by his hips. On the 411, it's the same thing, it's just reverse. I'm anchored to the ground. The hips are here, trying to move. I can't go anywhere. I'm not extending my legs, no. I put my face to the ground, and I anchor to the ground.
So basically, you type of your legless configuration is like a more lockdown, not triangle.
Yeah, I lock down to the ground,
and you point in the knees to the belly.
Always to my phone, always.
Yeah.
So
So
hips
it's
are
like
strong,
a slack on.
can't move that. If you extend your legs, I think old fashioned, okay? I anchor to the ground, and my hips get my phone. Okay, makes sense? Questions? We're good. Let's try this out from across side. No one thinks about this. Play walk from across side and working with the best guys you can imagine in history. By the way, that year, everyone's afraid of that guy, trust me. He beat everyone. So it's one of those moves, just, you know, I played the trump card, it worked, so I won, but it's just, there's a reason I saved that for 8 years, okay? Good opponent. 1-2, 1-2. I mean, there's many ways to end up here. Many ways. Okay? That could actually work. I mean, if they resist, they hurt their own knee, okay? So, doctor, you agree?
I'm
not putting normal hooks in, right? I'm gonna put the opposite in. I grab this ankle and I fall to my shoulder and I bring it over. That work right there. Who's that before? Who's that?
I'll never see that.
This is actually, I just like a 95. Swear. It was like an experimental move, you know? And it works though. Think about that. Just try that a few times just to like open your mind. Like, you know, how many ways could you end up in this situation, you know? How many is possible? That's a real move, but like it's completely, like, I'm actually doing that beforehand in a different situation. That's not a cross side, that's not half guard, that's internal. Where's the Javio? Oh, he saw it from me. He's like, yeah, something like that.
Can you do it again?
One more time. So think about this, it's opposite. By wrestling, there was a penny combination. The guy that went actually just get a penny from this in wrestling. It was, I don't know if there was one guy on my team would do that to everyone. It was considered wrong, but he would do it to everyone. Penny on your back. So it's like you're putting the other leg in. But it's like a but if you miss it, you fall into a bad situation. Make sense? Yeah. So just try it out, just open your mind, that's all. Try it a few times. Ready? 1, 2, 1. I put my hand on the ground just to slow it down to show you. My left hand grabs the shin. If I grab the thigh, you can grab the thigh, you could. It's a little harder, but you could. Why not? Sure. Okay. Grab the shin, and I'm gonna fall on my shoulder, pick them over, and now. All right, take some time, all good. That was a theoretical move, but now I've used it before competition, okay? And the opponent's like, what the fuck? It's just so out, like, it's just so random that they'll turn the wrong way. It's just the way to defend this is the opposite way than to defend a different move, right?
Guard back for the reverse it from bottom side. Now, sometimes it takes a lot of energy, so sometimes you need a way that uses less energy.
so we can save our energy for other stuff. So instead of using our body, let's use our mind and kind of time to our advantage to get out of the bottom side mount for side control. So the theory here is make him feel just uncomfortable enough for him to do something that we hopefully expect him to do. So regular side mount, go ahead, boom. So this is if he already established position. So from here, I'm gonna go inside of his bicep and the back of his head like a collar tie. And what we're gonna do with his bicep side, we're just gonna create a little bit of space and we're gonna hold it down. So he can't create space. So it's a little bit opposite of what you might think, because he's trying to close the distance here and pin you down. So we're gonna invite that, and we're gonna do that with him. So, but we still are gonna create a little bit of space right here between our neck and this bicep, and then the collar tie. So at first, he'll feel like he's winning the position, which he is, by the way. But after a little bit, like if he tries to like posture up or something like that, he's gonna feel like, oh, wait a second, I'm a little bit trapped. Just a little bit. It's just uncomfortable enough for him to understand that this is a little bit of a battle right here. Just a little bit. So now, when he goes for this specific type of submission, we're kind of ready for him. So a lot of times he'll start attacking this arm. So to do that, he has to put this arm over and start attacking it this way. So we're going to be ready for that with this hand. So when he does, we have this space here. This creates this oddball feeling of like I'm pinning him down, but I don't feel like I'm pinning him down fully. That's what it feels like. So we create this space. So when he finally goes for it, slow motion, we're gonna follow his arm here and right in the back of his elbow, almost to his tricep. Right when his elbow gets to about our eyes, the midline of our face, maybe slightly beyond, we're gonna turn our body and push this elbow. So let's actually do the whole thing. So boom, here, boom. So boom, boom, boom. Here, here, here. So sprawl this leg out, and then boom. You're on top. You good? So the key is for this, it's a timing thing and a feel thing.
Other side, other side.
So again, to make him kind of move, we're gonna hold him here. And actually, even if you want to really exaggerate this, like when he starts to do it, so do it. Like keep holding him here, like kind of like we have him trapped a little bit. And then it's up to us when we're ready to let him make his move. So when he finally does, we're gonna keep connection here. When he gets about midline, maybe a little bit beyond, we turn our whole body, flare this foot out, and push him over, and we can go side mount. So the key here is, again, to get out of bottom side mount without using a bunch of energy. This is going to be one of the better case scenarios where now you're inside mount. That's a better case scenario. The secondary scenario where it's just an escape. But for now, try that one. Any questions? Okay, try. 1, 2, 1, 2.
The guy throws elbows on my face, and I'll do it to the guy throwing elbows too. Like, you know. He throw elbows, I'll pick my head up a little bit so it's less, you guys get higher, and then you get too high, so like, God damn it. Okay? So the thing is, it even works in all kinds of other applications. In this case, he got his arm is away already, but it's not the pass, it's the damage. But I get it up, and I've done it. What else?
Keep in mind, again, this is a method of hopefully getting out of bottom side mount without using a bunch of energy. That's the whole purpose of it. Another realistic scenario with the same move is he'll kind of posture up if he's a real physical person, and he'll posture up to keep his balance. So boom, I'm here. I create this space right here so I can breathe a little bit, make him feel kind of uncomfortable. When he goes for it, he goes like guide, I push, and he postures up. So when he postures up and I can't push him because he's hitting in or whatever, all I want to do is windshield wiper my top leg all the way here. Keep pushing here. The reason here and not the armpit here, he's going to be more powerful when he tries to get back under. Here, for some weird reason, he's not. Maybe because of leverage, going up some back. So, boom, I get my leg all the way out here, keep this stiff arm, and then I go here. Boom. And I'm back to guard with hardly any energy wasted. That's just as likely situation as him falling over, depending on who you're rolling. So boom, got position, and here, boom. Create a little bit of a battle. When he goes for it, I'm ready. Boom, boom, boom. Stay forearm. Over. Back to guard.
Alright, let's try it. I can show you the move. I was being a jerk. You push it. You got repumped, okay? Jocko has a pass called the disrespect. Like you just disrespected their guard, you know. I think it's just disrespectful to do that, you know. That's a punk sweep. There's also like this one of those moves like you don't want to be caught in the punk sweep, okay? But that's really cool. Also, how he shows maybe they take their arm off, you can put them in guard. There's always different varying degrees of difficulty in different moves. Any questions before we done? All right. What's up?
Do we have enough time? One of your videos where you talk about the half guard entry into your four leg attacks, the heel hook, the knee bar.
Yeah.
Do you mind sharing a little bit of the setup detail from
You want to swing my leg over or
where you put the knee shield on the gut,
Oh,
and then
the
you
wedge.
sit back kind of towards the head.
Okay,
Where
yeah.
you go right into that
This
heel
is what I
hook.
taught at the Legends seminar.
Right here,
And
this-
I beat 4 world champions with this. And it's simple, actually. Even if my sons were like, I don't know why you know, it looks like a pass, and it can be a pass. When I do this, by the way, when I do this, you know, Jocko, put your legs flat. When I do this, Jocko, once you put your legs like that, you know, and I'll pass. And they'll be like, hey, you didn't leg lock, and you know, they'll talk to me. Because I didn't leg lock him, right? So you can actually disengage your guard and stop what I'm showing, but simply his guard's up, half guard, he's framing across here. So it's like a knee shield, but from top, right? I gather and I fall next to him in this direction, and it's very tight for a heel. It's tight. And it's a 90% chance to miss, but if he can turn, he can turn, have a knee lock. Turns it more at 4'11". If he turns more, I get the back. And by the way, I was on the other side of him, and he did all the work for me. That's a basic, just a fast flow. That move right there, I won't say the names, you know, on time, but I beat 4 guys in a row in 2 years with this move. And I think in Brazil they talked about this or something because it didn't work on the 5th guy. he knew it was coming.
So it's like not even knee on the belly, it's just shooting like a combat stuff kind of.
Yeah. It's just so simple. What I'm gonna do last time. The first move is 95% done. Okay? I just step up, I'm just blocking. I'm just sitting here, okay? I can pass for sure, but I'm just blocking, hold the knee and I fall this direction. And I bring my leg over, it's open circle, my feet are not crossed. I grab the heel, it's done. But if you can't turn, okay, somehow can have a knee lock. Nice. Or I can sit for 4'11", right? Or I take the foot out, pass it back. And it's like he did all the way for me. And that right there works. The last one, I'll do in flow rolls is to play. I've never got that in a match because the first 3 moves are too deadly. I never had someone escape all 3 submissions, what I'm saying, okay? I had one guy, one time, it was Dimension, I believe he's a world champion. Just to him. And he turned. More. It became 50-50. Oh. And I won from there, okay? He's a world champion, he's a very tough guy. So, you know, it wasn't always that exact sequence, but that's the first one right there. It's a very good attack. Even in a fight, I could do it. In a fight, you can't pump. Okay? That's it. That's a little advanced, but that's the breakdown. Other questions? Last questions? Yeah, what's up?
Last year you showed the top side, the ankle lock, but you went up mid-calf. Do you remember? Can you just go over that very briefly?
Come So if you're inside the guard for the straight foot lock, it doesn't work very well to go to the calf. It'd be wrong. It'd be wrong. Now if you go outside, if you go low, because you're not inside the guard, turn away from me, turn more, it pops out, they can turn easily. That's it. So I go on the calf, right halfway up, and it just fits, it's a nerve there. It's a nerve. You're kind of resistant to it, by the way. Right. 1 in 10 people have. You're resistant, yeah. Some people scream, right away, there's a nerve right here. Your calf, your shoulders for the joint, there's a nerve right here. So it's only outside the guard, not inside. Inside you won't have to. Yeah. Inside the guard. Inside the guard, it won't matter. Nothing. Only outside, okay? So the thing is, it's only for this one. I prefer heel hooks, but finish a straight leg lock outside the guard, I prefer, because they can't turn out of it. That's why, okay? Thank you. Some people, by the way, They're extra sensitive there. They'll scream as soon as you got that. I mean, it just depends randomly. Maybe 2 of you here are resistant. Probably 2. That's one. Probably one other person. Some of you will be super sensitive. It'll be worse than a pull-up. Okay? It's just an extra thing to know about. It's the human anatomy. Your gastrocnemius, your calf muscle, and your soleus. Right in the middle where they join, there's a nerve right here. That's all. Okay? Other questions? All right. Yeah, what's up?
Someone else.
So I heard you told a story about how somebody wouldn't tap to that submission,
Yeah,
and like
broke.
basically it ruptured or came with a village yellow.
Well, Hector Lombard, the UFC fighter, he got this in a tournament. I mean, with gi on, and he has this exact move, and it just broke. The tibia just shattered, like a Muay Thai shin break, like that. It was like that. It was like that's a bad injury. So that happened from a straight submission. Yeah, that was Hector Lombard. He's a very strong guy, yeah. And he doesn't go soft. That guy goes very hard. Last question.
Can you talk briefly about the breaking mechanics of your reverse ankle lock? I'm getting it, but I'm not.
Come here.
They're scared, but they're not.
I just want to see how you do it. Actually. That's what that Jocko was.
So I'm in my ankle lock, scoot my arm under, get the bicep,
I like it.
come
I like
over.
it. That's good. Let me see it. No, it's good. It's good. So you're doing fine, okay?
Okay.
So this right here is something.
Yes.
But I want you to imagine this. If I do this.
Oh shit.
That's it. I don't do this. It's not the same.
Yeah, I wasn't looking down here.
I want you to do this.
Oh, so it's a turn.
And so yeah, I turn this way. Yes. So now do it to me. Don't hurt the old man, please.
So here, under.
Now I want you to make a fist. Now I want you to imagine this. You're turning your elbows that way, but you're turning your shoulder that way. Go. Look, turn this way now. Yeah, that's all. That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
The opposite. It's like ripping a paper.
Okay. And you make the fist.
So your fist go that way. Now turn your shoulders the other way. Yeah, that's it.
You call this reverse
Thank
ankle?
you very much.
4 times stronger than what you're doing before.
Just reverse ankle you call that or whatever?
I forget what I call it.
Robo yell. That's the submission we call in 10 pounds is robo yell.
Yeah. What's it called?
Rebel yell. Rebel yell? Yeah. I don't know why.
Rebel yell?
Rebel yell.
Okay.
Rebel yell.
Tornado throw. I don't know if y'all are familiar with it, but you feed them your lapel. You want them to get a good grip on your lapel. So when we start, this is what I desire. I control the sleeve. I'll go under the arm to her collar, and I extend it. So I keep it straight. Now, the movement I'm gonna do is gonna be step in, across, and under. What it's gonna do whenever I flare my elbow, it's gonna force her to roll. So you can do it real slow with your training partner. I grab your sleeve, I grab your collar, connect the sleeve, reach under and grab their collar. Keep your elbow up this way, because if you don't, they can tuck their elbow, you lose the throw. So as soon as you keep your elbow up, we're gonna go nice and slow. You close the space. You grab your collar, grab the sleeve, reach under. A little faster, okay? Under here, step to the side. That's what's up. Any questions? No.
Five more times.
Paying for that later. Yeah. I don't need to see it again, but does other than hitting the mat, does that hurt your arm at all?
Mine?
No, hurt.
Yes.
It does, like the
Yes.
rotation on your arm?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a little pressure on my shoulder.
Okay.
That's what forces the roll. Because it tweaks the shoulder so hard. It's like if you don't roll, you're. First time I met her, I tried this. She did not want a front roll. She just said no, not accepting it.
Yeah.
Pulled her shoulder out or something.
Hey Trey, can I add something to that?
Yes.
So when you have the grip and you hear, if I just start with my elbow down, yeah, there ends up because he has to roll once I get here, right? So when I do this, what I like to do is I get the grip and I get him here first, right? Because I'm kind of punching him and elbow up. Now when I step and go, it's not the going to the end of the shoulder, then rolling. The shoulder's already at its point. So when I drop, they have no choice but to go. So it's a little less violent and a little easier on the shoulder. And you can see too, when I get here,
if I'm here, right, I mean, he's just kind of in a shitty spot altogether, so if I don't decide I don't want to do this throw, I have other things that I can kind of do to him real easy. I said, it's from a training perspective, I would definitely recommend lift the arm, lift and punch, and you'll feel the shoulder kind of get tight, then do your roll. It's easier on your training partners than just having the shoulder come to where it catches and then yanks your body behind it.
All good? All right, let's try it. You good?
Still off of that collar grip, we can't get this kind of going for grips immediately, but it's a version of a Russian tie sacrifice throw. So I think this is our normal Russian tie position, right? But if partner grabs a hold of our lapel, so we're breaking that grip, so think of it as moving our hips towards our partner as we move our upper body away to get that grip break, but then also gets our hips close to our partner. So think of that as pulling that hand to our far side hip as we turn our shoulder into our partner, right? So there shouldn't be heavy pressure right in the back of their arm. Think of it as the bicep. Most people square up here, so as we reach that hand in, right, we're grabbing for that far side lapel. Even if they stand up, everything works from here as well, right? But optimally, we've got our partner's posture broken down, grabbing that far side lapel as tight as we can, and then we're tucking our elbow, right? So elbow pulling towards our hip. From here, we're going to step right in, between our partner's feet. So start with your inside foot. So if we were beside our partner, normally you don't get here, right? So inside foot would be first. So as we step our inside foot, we're sitting our hips as close to our partner's feet as possible, right? So step, step, and draw your partner over, and then from there we're just bellying down. Keep hold of all your grips, right? There is a submission here as well, but keep hold of everything. In that seat, right? In that seat, put it down, down. Then breaking the grip, moving off to the side, we're reaching for that far side lapel, and then tucking the elbow. So inside foot steps first, sit to our hips as close to our partner as we can, and then there we go. Break the grip, moving in beside our partner, reaching for that far side lapel, and again, even if we're squaring up, just reaching, taking that hand in deep, and then tucking the elbow. And from here, step in front, partner rotates.
Really good question. The deeper you get your hip in there, the easier it is? Or?
Yes. Version of this. Right, so from here, this is what the throw would be without grips, right? So you're laying under your partner, so that's what's loading the weight. Right, so technically you're pulling guard and sweeping them, right? So if it fails, right, you just pull to here and it's your butterfly sweep. Okay, so that's why it's less of a sacrifice, because you're pulling guard, but you're loading their weight on the guard pull. Any other questions?
It's just always going to happen, right? Since they fish again, it's a lot of times you want to fight, you want to break it and then try and do other things, switching up. If someone's good on their feet, every time you try and do a grip break, they're just going to let it go and re-grip anyways. So it becomes this crazy battle. I'll grab this. So instead of doing this all the times, we'll do the grip breaks or whatever. He gets this grip, I'm going to be fine with it. All I'm going to do, instead of trying to break it, opposite hand, I'm going to reach up and just grab, right? Once I grab, I'm going to pull his wrist into me. Now what I'm going to do is take that outside leg, the same side as the sleeve. I'm going to step forward as I turn my shoulders. I'm going to come here, right? See how it breaks his wrist? Now what I can do, ideally what I want is to grab the belt. Sometimes it doesn't quite work so well that I just get the belt every time. Sometimes you have to start here, work your way up, grab this, and then grab the belt, whatever. But the same positioning still generally the same, right? Once I get this, I'm gonna pull in, you notice there's pressure on his wrist. I'm gonna turn my shoulders as I step. Again, you can look at the shoulder pressure, right? My shoulder's on the back of his shoulder, my elbow's tucked, and I'm just in here, right? And I'm gonna, in this case, I'm gonna grab the belt because it's right here. A lot of times what happens, now from here, the awesome thing, the reason why I like this position, I've got about 4 different easy throws. He has a couple different directions he can go, and I've got to take down regardless of which way he steps. Right? I can do all kinds of stuff to him based on what he wants to do. In this case, what we're going to do is he's going to try and square back up with me, which is what the most people want to do. They try and square, which is just perfect. As soon as he squares up, I'm going to keep all of this, right? The belt grip, I'm not necessarily, once I get here, I'm not gonna let my arm be loose. I'm just gonna keep a tight elbow. I'm not trying to pull him to me. I just want a tight elbow, and this elbow's here. When he squares, I'm gonna take a step forward, and my other leg, I'm gonna come all the way up into a nice little hook. Then after I get this hook, I'm gonna just drop my butt, just sit down right between his legs. And then he's gonna start to come over my shoulder, just a little kick with the legs, just for a little bit of a finish. And he comes here, right? An important thing about this is when we land, momentum, obviously I threw him, momentum's there, right? If he's good at getting thrown, first thing he's gonna try and do is wind away and try and run off with me, right? And I'm gonna have to do this again. So as soon as we get here, we hit the ground, and it's another reason why I like the belt, is that as soon as we hit the ground, I pull back. That completely breaks his momentum. Now he's flat, his arm's exposed, and I use the same stuff to come up. Okay, do it again. Grip fighting, he gets the grip. I'm like, all right, cool. Underhand grip. Now, I do this grip just because this is a judo grip. It's quicker and easier. You have to have a little bit strong fingers, but I like this one better because I'm not trying to hang on to this for dear life. I'm just trying to control this. You can grab just a fish hook if you want. I like this. But just grab, pull, turn your shoulders and step, hit the belt. All right? Now he's trying to circle, going to come in, drop, pull, come back up. All right? So if we do it faster, do it more live, right? We're going. Do what it looks like. Questions on that one? All right, let's do it. 1, 2. Strong, right? My elbow, I see a lot of elbows up here in the air. My elbow is on my ribs, right? And any of these, my elbow's on my ribs. I'm tall. You can see his wrist is not at a fun position. A lot of times your fingers actually get stuck in your gi, right? And I'm taking this backside shoulder and I'm just pushing it in, right? My elbow's back, my shoulder. See, it's a little shift in me. This is what makes him want to not be here, right? This is why he wants to square, because he feels completely twisted like that, right? The other two things I want to mention, the reason why I like, when you throw him and we do all that stuff, maintain your grips, right? Reason being is because sometimes maybe this doesn't go right, maybe he's just a little bit squirrely, maybe he's experienced, and my first roll, he's actually able to stand up. If he does that, I'm immediately, as soon as he hits his feet, he's going again, okay? So we hit the ground like just stand up. So we're here, he comes in, he circles, he swirls, right? He comes up. Right? Maintain the grips. He comes up. Usually, and this is the best part, usually the second throw, because they're not expecting it. Right? It's usually, like I said, the second one is usually like the one you want to have filmed. Because the first one sometimes gets a little rough because you're trying to enter, you're in the grips, he's fighting, things are a little swirly. The second one, he's like, oh man, I made it! Right? So it's always real nice. The other reason why I like this, especially if you train with Formiga, is that let's just say for some reason, right, I completely screw this up and don't roll, right? And I sit down here and he just comes down at his base. Right, drop to your knees. Well, guess what we're gonna do right here? Right? So this is in a series I call it the suicide throws. I like this one because yes, it's a suicide because I drop, but I drop into good position. So if I screw up or he's good, I land, I already have grips. I'm already behind his shoulder, I already have his belt, I got the shoulder controlled. I'm just gonna switch hands to the other side and hit a sweep. Just like that. All right, yeah, go ahead, keep going. Ready, 1, 2.
We're gonna show sweep, okay guys? I'm gonna show one of my favorite sweeps. I asked for Trey to do on Trey because I want the color give for you guys see. I'm gonna use his lapel. The different color gonna help you guys to understand where his lapel passing, and it's important to I wrap my leg as I've been doing the position. Okay? Let's say I pull guard and the guy stay on his feet. Okay? I'm gonna grab the gi, grab the sleeve. I pull guard,
and Trey stay on his feet, I'm gonna just shoot underneath his leg, right? I like to stretch my leg. As I touch my foot on the floor, I switch for the pants, and then I'm gonna just scoot in, and then I go all the way to the single X. All right, right here. Okay, that's where I wanna go. I want the leg is underneath, wrap his leg. That foot I can control his leg, or I go inside. I like to go inside better, okay? I felt that leg helped me to sweep. I can push forward, I can push down. You know, that leg helped me to flow a little bit around, okay? After I get here, it's a really safe position. But if you get somebody like Victoria, small people who is like to jump all over the place, that's kind of easy for them to push my leg out, push this leg here, and then if he's not passing, at least he's gonna give me a lot of hard time, and I don't wanna keep following him, okay? What I like to do, when I get here, I like to open the fore lapel, okay? You see the lapel here? It's easy, my hand's really easy to grab, you know, so when I open the lapel, I pull the lapel down, I wanna force him to come down, and I wanna pass his lapel under my leg to their hand right here, okay? My foot's gonna be here, you see that little gap? My hand go inside, deep as I can, and then I feed the lapel super easy, okay? After I have the lapel, halfway done. I'm kind of way more safe now. I like, because soon I feed the lapel, the guy try to push it up. I like to do 2 against 1. That way I can control the shoulder and control the lapel. Sometimes if I don't have the lapel and the guy's tall, when he pulls it up, he break my grip. Was not easy, but that can happen. That's why I like to go 2, okay? So I go in the 2 against 1, I'm gonna open up my leg, step on the floor, ramp and force him to pull. When he pulls, I bring my arm really heavy and bring his leg close to my leg, and then switch that grip, okay? You see my palm gonna be down with the same lapel, okay? That grip here, now I'm in really good position. I have 2 options. Option 1, I'm gonna use the leg again all the way to the hips, and then I wanna be a little bit on my right shoulder. That way I will see his toe right here, right? I'm gonna grab it right by his toe. I'm gonna do a scoop motion. I'm gonna bring it towards to my leg, and his toe go towards to his butt, and I keep my elbow heavy, and I can toe hold him with one hand, what some people doesn't tap, right? But they're gonna give him a reaction. Sometimes he's gonna try to stretch his leg and put the leg back. I will face him, use that leg here to trip. As I'm trip, I'm gonna use my knee to push, okay? Here, and just come on top, okay? All right, one more time. Okay, again, I pull guard, right? Get him the single. You guys grab the lapel, pull down, my hand go right inside and grab it here, okay? Step on the floor, I have double against 1. I kick him up as I'm pulling the collar down, and then shift my butt out. Bring my elbow, I want his knee right on my belly. Bring my elbow close to here, that way I don't allow him to go. Push and grab it nice and tight. Step over, I can try to toe hold. If he pulls it up, I will follow him, see how my left shoulder on the floor. Now I have a good angle to trip that leg. As I trip, I just gonna follow him and get all the way on top, okay? And now I have the lapel lock on my leg, or giving him a hard time to move, but my hand's free, right? I can use that to combine with a passing. You see how I lock his lapel between my calf and thigh? That's blocking him a lot. That's uncomfortable for him to move. I like to finish with a pass, okay? I will show one more technique after, but I want you guys to practice that one. Question that one before? No? You good? Let's try that one. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Semi-beginners, okay? If the guy doesn't pull shoot up, I'm gonna show one more sweep, okay? But we're gonna get in there again, same thing, right? I'm gonna step. Like I said, I do one thing most people say it's wrong, okay? Like I like to pull on the side I have the collar, or expose myself for Trey, push my leg and pass, okay? But the fact I know that happen, okay, what I try to do, I make sure I push and pull super strong. That way, if I stretch my leg strong here, I keep the distance, he's not able to push. If I go shallow leg, will be easy for him to pass, okay? Make sure when you guys pull that way, you guys go strong. And pretty much what I try to do, I try to keep a little distance, and he's gonna try to get close. And that time I'm going underneath him, okay? Here, and then boom, you see? So easy, my leg's right there, and then I drop my leg down. I will open the lapel. Pay attention here, I saw a few guys doing the lapel between the leg. The lapel go under my leg. The reason is simple. After I'm here, a lot of people try to push the leg down.
Go ahead, nothing. No way he can push my leg down. That way I don't need to worry about the leg. That's one of the reasons it's important the lapel go under. Because if he push my leg towards his leg, okay, he's gonna push, but the lapel help me to get stuck here. Okay, and then I will do the same thing, right? Force the Trey to close. All right, get all the way to here. But let's say now he has a small foot, he keep his toe underneath my back, water can go for the toe hold, and he decides to stay here. Okay, what I'm doing? I'm gonna grab his shin, C grip, okay, C grip, just go all the way to the shin, okay? I will keep his knee heavy on me. I wanna drop this elbow down and pin his knee right here. Now I wanna lift his body off the floor. I'm gonna use that leg and my hands to pull him up to the ceiling, okay? Here. And now I push my leg down and I sit up at the same time, all the way to his knee go on the mat. I just want his knee between my leg on the mat. I already have his back now. Okay, I will let it go his heel, control the hips. I like to go right on the bone right here. Okay, I will let it go his sleeve. As soon as I let it go the sleeve, I want to block his arm. Okay, I'm going to be here and here. Why? That way he cannot face me anymore. If I post on the floor, sometimes he go underneath and he face me again. I did everything for nothing. That's why I try to block it here and make sure I keep my body really close. Okay, now I can come up on the back, or I can pull him towards me and take his back. All right, I'm gonna use one of those two. Okay, up to you guys. Suggestion, big guys jump on top, little guys bring it towards you. Okay, that will be easy. Okay, one more time, let's run that way a little bit for the other guys see. All right, single X, okay, bring the lapel under, fish the lapel. Double collar grips, step on the floor, kick, switch your grip, grab the leg, lift his knee. You want to adjust a little space, doesn't need to be crazy high. You just need a little space between your belly and his knee. Up, down, okay? Control the hips, you still hold it here. Okay, keep my body nice and tight. Soon I say, okay, that's time, go to the arm. Can pulse on his hand or grab the sleeve. Okay, you can have on top of here, or you can pull down and see bell grip. Okay, you can use one of those two. All right. Question, guys, on that one? No? No. That's right. 1, 2, 3.
What is like a safe place to take the time to open up this. Okay, so it's actually one, and I want to open up his lapel right here. So I see a lot of people trying to do like a lasso. That is not wrong, but you kind of show the other person what you want to do it, you know? I like to go straight from here. So I'm gonna release my feet a little bit, and I'm gonna just pass the lapel. See, like I bring my knee up and I pass the lapel. Most of the time when I pass the lapel here, he pulls his opposite knee up. All right, from here, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna sit up and pass the lapel underneath his leg to my other hand. All right, palm down, and I pass the lapel right here. So I'm gonna post my opposite hand on the floor and scoot my butt out and bring shin to shin. That way I can force him to drive that knee down. So I lifted up his foot and with my hand, I push his knee down. Okay? Now I'm gonna lean back on my shoulder and switch my grip underneath my leg. With that gap I have between his leg and my leg. Right hand and palm up. Okay? Most of the time, what you're gonna try to do is block my hip. That way I can sit up and go to his back, you know. I like to do two things from here. So I like to cup the triceps and bring his arm towards me. Now I'm gonna pendulum my leg, and I saw that on the purple belt mat, and I saw a lot of guys trying like to stretch it out to go to the armbar. What I like to do, turn a little bit. What I like to do, I like to bring my head towards his knee. So I pull his tricep towards me, and now I'm gonna push my head towards his knee as I pendulum my leg. Now I have a really good angle to finish on the armbar. Okay, if I go and he pull his arm out, now I'm gonna go back on one single time, pendulum my leg, and kick him to the other side, right here. Okay, so I'm here, I finish, pull his elbow out. Sometimes I like to keep controlling the sleeve here, that way he cannot pull his hand on the floor. We're gonna pendulum my leg and swap all the way to the mount position. When I get here, I like to push my hand down and chew out here a little bit. Make sure to make my points when you're talking about competition, you know. And also, he gonna like expose his arm as well. and you can go from the one position to the armbar as well. Okay, so one more time. So open up his gi. I'm gonna release my feet and bring my knee up, and I pass the lapel. Now I open up my feet. He's gonna put his opposite knee up. I sit up, and I'm gonna give the lapel to my other hand underneath his leg. I post my opposite hand on the floor, scoot my butt out, and bring shin to shin right here. I start to lift up his foot as I bring his knee down. All right? Now I'm gonna lean back on my shoulder, my hand go on that gap I have here between his knee and my leg. Now give the lapel to my other hand and palm up. If you go palm down, you put a lot of pressure on your shoulder. Okay? So he posts a hand on my hip. I control the triceps, pendle on my leg, bring my head towards his knee, and finish on the elbow. He pull his elbow out. I'm gonna pendle my leg and finish right here in the low position, pushing my hand down. And I like to keep the grip on the lapel until he stops fighting. You know? He stops fighting and I can adjust myself and do whatever I want to do here. But if you keep controlling the lapel, it's hard for him to try to escape. We're gonna do one more time before you guys have any questions. Yeah? Alright, let's switch this side.
Is that for our old guys or for the new guys?
For big guys only.
Alright, so
the old guys.
So I open up his feet, bring my up, pass the lapel underneath my leg. He pulls his opposite knee up. You're gonna sit up and give the lapel underneath his leg to my other hand. I post my opposite hand on the floor, scoot my butt out, shin to shin. I lifted up his foot and push his knee down with my hand. Now I'm gonna lean back on my shoulder and pass my hand on that gap I have here between my leg and his knee. Now I control the lapel, palm up. He pulls the hand on my triceps, on my hip. I control the triceps, pull the hand down. I bring my head towards his knee, finish on the armbar. He pulls his elbow out. I pendle my leg and finish right up in the normal position, punching my hand down. Right. Okay? Let's give it a try. Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Sit up the position exact same way. Bring my knee out. Pass the lapel. He pulls his opposite knee up. I'm gonna sit up and pass the lapel underneath his leg. Calm down. Now before I go down again, I'm gonna post my hand on the floor, scoot my butt out, shin to shin. Lifted up his foot, pushing his knee down. Now I like you can go from here, but if you go against a guy who has a short gi, it will be hard to switch a grip. So that's why I like to lean on my shoulder and switch my grip. Alright, let's pretend like he's like giving me a hard time in here. He's gonna stand up. Yeah, right there. Alright, so 2 things that I gotta make sure here. Like I keep my elbow tight on my leg, that way he cannot step the leg out, and my leg is above his knee. If I have my leg down here, it doesn't have any pressure. So if I have my leg above his knee, there's a lot of pressure on his knee here. Okay, he can go nowhere. Now what am I gonna do? I'm gonna pendulum my leg and try to reach his outside leg right here, like a Jeep de la Riva, right there. I'm gonna sit up a little bit and make my grip on his pants. I'm gonna lay back. As I lay back, and bring his butt and my knees towards me, right here. Now I'm gonna just stretch my legs, take him forward, and take that back. And I can let it go the lapel. I like to chill. One more time, I like to chill here for a little bit. He's gonna try to escape, and I let it go the lapel. Yeah, my seatbelt grip, choke, whatever you guys are gonna do. One more time. So I open up, put my knee up, pass the lapel, he pulls his opposite knee up. You're gonna sit up, pass the lapel underneath his legs. Pulls my hand on the floor, scoot the butt up. Shin to shin, lifted up his foot, push his knee down. Go back in your shoulder, just switch your grip. He stands up. We're gonna pendulum my leg and put the Jeep de la Riva right here. Sit up, make a grip on the pants. I'm gonna lay back, bringing him towards me. Just gonna kick him forward. As I kick him forward, you can let it go here, go underneath, or over, whatever you guys prefer. I like to go underneath, that way I make sure my chest is on his back. Okay? I'm gonna do one more time before you guys have any questions. No? Please, eh? See, those people's too good.
Easy.
Alright, so I bring my knee up, pass the lapel, he pulls his opposite knee up. You're gonna sit up and pass the lapel underneath his leg. Pulse my hand on the floor, put my butt out, shin to shin. Lift it up his foot, push his knee down. Go back in your shoulder and switch your grip, palm up, okay? And my arm, go between his leg and my leg outside, don't go inside, okay? Switch my grip, he stands up, you're gonna pedal my leg and reach the Jeep de la Riva. My hand go right here on his pants. I'm gonna lay back, bring him towards me. Now I'm gonna stretch my legs forward, kick him forward as well, put my hooks, and take that back. Alright? Just got it? Alright, let's go. 1 shoot.
In the old school side, I would never let him come, heavy to the side. I would try to open up the knee and go to the floor. Got the good underhook in it. Just try to keep this one here and windshield wiper to the side to try to get the knee on the floor. And I think have more pressure on it. I don't know if it will break it or not, because I think it's really hard for me to go to mount with this lapel. So I gotta pass it first. So for me, on the position right here, I think very, very important is not let him pin into the side. If you can't get in, I will go all the way here. And try to pin this side here is it's really, really hard into it. But getting the underhook into it, place the knee aside, just naturally use the body to try to break the grip, to go for it. Go to the knee. But I really, actually, we just do this right now. He just caught me in the middle of something there.
That was great, man. Nice.
I apologize. Go over there, guys. I don't even want to ask you to do it. I don't know if it works or not.
I force Victoria to fall to feed the lapel, right? And then so I make the grip, now she tries to move back. As she going back, I just go. Now I kind of get the momentum and she pulls it up. I go with her and then sweep. That's the time I try to catch. But the good thing, if that one doesn't work, I can easily go back and do the second one. I'm not gonna lose anything. Let's say Victoria step over my leg, okay? I'm right here, okay? And then as I go, she's gonna step over, I stretch my leg, go back, and right there again. And then just go, and then I can go for the second one, okay? Like I'm not gonna lose anything, just make sure you keep the grip. If you keep the grip, you can easily manage to go back to the first, to the single X and go, okay? Right?
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Other question, guys?
Formiga, I have one.
So I like to control the top of his foot here and push between my legs, and I go here. And from here, I can drive my both knees to the same side, try to break that grip. Or I like to step the leg out and then
One I like to do is before she get all the way to there. I like to do this one when she do the sit-up, right? She already have the grip. I know she needs to pass the lapel for this hand, right? It's kind of similar than what Khalipa did. As she sit up, I will lean forward, pulse my hand, and drive my knee on the floor, and just, and that's how I'm gonna avoid she make the grip. If I get on right time, I will pass like nothing, I used to have a guy in my academy who we call Armbar, right, really well. And all the time he get here is annoying. Gonna take me 5 minutes to break that grip. So I see I just lean, punch my knee. I will drive my knee. Soon my knee passes her leg line, I will switch and up right here. And then control her leg. I just I control. Okay?
Yeah, so you have to go before the.
There need to be perfect time. You need to be like as she transition. Because if she make the second grip, it's not gonna work anymore.
sometimes you're gonna pass the first grip, and he's gonna chill a little bit. Like I play lapel, so when I go against somebody that knows gonna play lapel, I never give my opposite knee because that's the knee he's looking for. I kind of step back here. Now I'm gonna bring the same side out on the hook. He's like right here, and I from here can try to go all the way to the other side. He's gonna maybe let it go the lapel or throw. Maybe no peoples, I like to push them down.
By the way, when she was doing that, I was like, oh, that's what I do. I'm just so thank God I didn't say it.